Good morning. Welcome to the new Volusia County Forever Advisory Committee. It's been a long time since we have met as a body. Helpful? It is a long time since we've met as a body, and we have a lot of opportunities before us today. There are a number of applications that we will be looking at today. I'm Marianne Connors. I'm the chairman of the committee. This is the committee sitting before you. Welcome, and we will begin with public participation. Please, I will call your name. If when you come up, please just keep your
Roll
comments.
call. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. It's a roll call first. Please call the roll.
Sorry. Marianne Connors.
Here.
Wanda Van Dam.
Here.
Steve Crump.
Here.
Gerald Feeser.
Here.
John Gamble. Jessica Gow.
Here.
Derek LaMontagne.
Here.
Derek Orberg.
Here.
Suzanne Schreiber.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We do. Okay, with that, we will begin public participation. When you come up, you will be given 3 minutes to make your comments on your project. Okay, with that, we will start with Mayor Karen Chavez.
She's going to speak
At the time,
Yeah.
okay. Same as city manager, okay. Bob Rand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bob Rand. I'm with Caldwell Banker Commercial Benchmark. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I'm here representing the Curtin family, the Curtin family trust property that is for consideration in front of the board. Just want to make a few comments. This property is roughly 350 acres. It is on the west side of Tomoka Farms Road. It is, for the most part, it's currently green. And we feel strongly that this meets the criteria of the Volusia Forever dollars. It is owned by the family trust. The family trust does not have the option of a conservation easement because the family trust needs to be dissolved after the current generation. So we're asking that the committee consider purchasing the property. And the family would like to keep it in its current state. So it's adjacent to the Volusia County landfill on one side, I-4 on the other side, and Tomoka Farms Road on the other side. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Bob, I had a question. Was that property formerly used for a C&D landfill? Was it used?
Yeah,
for?
there was a small portion of it, about 50 acres of it that was. And, it was closed according to the state guidelines and certified by the state at the time it was closed and monitored. And,
Do you know how many years it's been closed?
okay.
I think maybe before Daddy died in 2012.
So 10 years anyway?
We'll say more than a decade.
Yeah.
So is accurate. Okay. Just
Anything
had a
else?
question.
I've got a quick
Yeah,
question. Bob, when I looked at the map, that's not a continuous tract. There's strips owned by other people through the middle of it.
There are a few strips that are owned by other people, yes, that over the years have been purchased by other individuals.
Mm-hmm.
But they are right on Tomoka Farms Road. The other 350 acres, they are contiguous. There are no pockets that are not contiguous.
Okay.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Robert Doyle.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Robert Doyle, and full disclosure, I'm with Murray Carter and Associates. We represent the owners on the Volusia County 1339, property number 5. But more importantly, today I come to you as a lifelong Volusia resident. As you all know, State Road 415 is the gateway from Orlando into Volusia County. And this property is the last 1.5-mile link of unencumbered land in the area. It's a historical ranch that's been in Volusia County for decades. And it is environmentally sensitive, but on another fact, it is the most developable piece this board's looking at today. We have developers calling us every single week looking to purchase this property, and I'd like to ask you all if you have any questions.
I had a question. Was this a property? I don't remember without looking. Was it fee simple or conservation, or just fee simple?
Be simple only.
Fee simple. Okay. Question, John?
Yes, sir. Yes. As of last year, it has been.
Is that a borrow pit? Yes. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And Howard Birch.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Howard Birch. I represent the Birch Sternstein property number 18, a tract of 73.88 acres on the river. This is a pristine property that my father was deeded in 1953. Unfortunately, in 1954, mosquito control came in and decided to ditch it. And he objected, obviously, and they did anyway. They finished that project in 56. The property is pristine. It's never been touched. It's never been developed. There's never been anything on it except what the state of Florida did to it. We've tried for 10 years to build on it. My father tried for 10 years to build on it. He passed away, unfortunately. And we're left with a piece of property that we can't seem to do anything with. Shy of being multimillionaires and big developers and come in and close it down. My father's, one of his wishes was that if the state were to take it over, it would be a beautiful property on the river because it abuts the Canaveral seashore to the south. And it's the last piece of property right there on the river, 1.5 miles from the riverfront. And we respectfully ask that you consider the property for purchase. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Birch? No, sir. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
coming today. Okay. With that, let me just make a few opening remarks, hopefully to give some context to what we'll be doing today. Purpose of today's meeting of the committee is to determine eligibility based on the scores from an initial review. The process that has been applied so far is that staff members, 7 different staff members, scored the applications individually and then met to reach a consensus. The scores reflect their best judgment. The committee members will do likewise. We'll apply our best judgment and bring that to the process today. If the initial scores are in the range for eligibility, we're not in the range, well, I'm sorry, we're in the range for eligibility. Site visits were done to determine if there were any additional positive elements on which they might score. If a property is not scored eligible today, there will be another round of applications and reviews in April if there is additional information or a change of circumstance. You can speak during your application discussion. Again, it would be a 3-minute process. Committee members may ask questions of staff or applicants, but the discussion today is primarily amongst the committee members. If we have a position to advocate, it is with each other. So please address most of your comments to the other committee members. This is a straight up and down kind of assessment. It's eligible or not eligible today. We have 24 applications before us. The math on that is that we need to do about 4 per hour to complete our task for the day. And there is a meeting in this room afterwards, so we can't just stay on. So we will try to be very time efficient, and we ask that everyone please keep your comments focused in terms of the process today. This is not a ranking. Staff has recommended that we use a voting process that has been used by ECHO successfully. At the end of our discussion, we will each state our score for that application. When all of the applications are done, we will vote up or down to approve that slate of scores. If at that time someone says, I'm not ready, we need to discuss something further, we can defer action or pull that from the slate for further discussion, but we'll vote as a body on the slate. Scores for eligibility today, just quick review. Forest and farmlands are scored on their own set of criteria. It's 7 out of 12 for eligibility. For environmentally sensitive properties, there's 19 criteria. For a conservation easement, a property would have to meet 5 of those criteria. For a fee simple acquisition, it's 10 of 19. A property that is deemed eligible will be subject following this to an in-depth review for ranking purposes. And the committee will again review that information to make its recommendations to the county council. Okay. With that, we will start with our first application.
I have a question before
I'm
we
sorry.
start. I have a
Suzanne?
question before we start.
Sure.
I had asked staff yesterday on the phone, and I'm bringing this up now. None of us have visited these properties, and I have, I would like to visit a few of these. I have mine marked. I want to make a motion that we vote on every single property as to visiting the properties. That as we go along, we vote on every property as to whether we as a committee visit the location or that we don't. I'm making a motion as to that.
I'm not sure. State the motion, Suzanne.
Yeah,
if you
repeat it.
could.
Specific, what is the specific motion?
The motion is that we as a committee vote on every project to go visit the property or no, to go visit it or not to visit it.
Individually or?
Yes, individually, that we vote on each property as we are voting as to yes or no on the property, that we vote on each one. In other words, I have some properties that I would like to go visit, and I would like to have a vote as to whether to go see these properties or not. And so I'm suggesting, and I'm making a motion, that we make a decision on each property as to whether or not we would go visit the property in person or that we don't.
Could today we're looking to whether to put it on the list or not. It's my understanding that we will meet again on those properties to determine whether they're on the A or B list. Is that correct?
That's staff.
Is there a time in between that we could, I mean, a lot of these I've already been on, but I agree with you. There's some I would like to look at. Today, going off the criteria though, I don't know that we need to look at them prior to voting whether they should go on the list or not.
Well, if they're going to be voted on to go on the list for a future organization of purchase, that's my understanding, correct? As a possibility.
It's really it's a vote up or down in terms of further review. That's what eligibility means today.
Right.
I'm not sure when is it that you think you would want to go see the property? Are you talking about going as an individual or going as a group? Or?
As a group. I can say that there's certain properties that are not open accessible to us. So I would like to see some of these properties. I am not asking to see every property, but I am asking to see some. And if there's anyone else who wants to see something, I think we should vote on every single property as to whether we're going to have a site visit or not.
I don't, I'm sorry. What?
I could concur. I see where you're going with this, and I kind of concur with you somewhat. I don't know that we need to do that today before we do this, but at some point before we put them, whether they're on an A or B list, I would like to see a couple of them myself too. So maybe when we get through this process, if there's some gray line or something that we could, maybe do that.
Well, if you're already saying that you want to see some in the future, I don't see why we can't vote today.
Go see them?
mhm.
Yeah. If you want to, I guess.
I'm just asking for a simple yes or no site visit on every single property. And I already know I have some that I would like to see.
Madam Chair, if I may, Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. I just want to add that in the resolution regarding evaluation and ranking by the Forever Advisory Committee and the County Council, subsection 2 of that part in the resolution, it says, following a site inspection, if necessary, and public hearing, the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee shall, no less than twice each year, review all properties within the eligibility pool and shall prioritize all properties within each of the following categories. I know this is all our first time, but it seems to be envisioned that after eligibility is determined, then if a site visit is necessary before ranking, the committee could go out. So that seems to have been the past practice, that you determine whether a property is eligible. And then if it is, and a further site visit is needed before you do the ranking, that's when we would do the site visit.
I understand what you just said. So if our next meeting was to determine site ranking, wouldn't we need to go before our next meeting, which stands to reason we would kind of need to vote today? Are we going to have a meeting in between this and our site ranking meeting?
It's at the pleasure of the committee how you want to do that. If you determine eligibility today and then you want to do a site visit and the majority of the committee members agree with that motion for that specific property, I'm sure that can be arranged before the next meeting, but I would defer to staff on that process.
Mike.
Can we see if we go through the process and then vote on eligible properties? I don't know which ones are going to be eligible and which ones not. There's no
Sure,
point
you
in
mean
looking
for
at,
site review?
there's no point in looking at properties that aren't going to be eligible, right?
Well,
I mean-
yes, that would be correct. And
So
so
we
I
don't know what
wasn't,
those are yet,
I
right?
meant as we took each property, that once we voted, then we voted whether we wanted to have a site review. Obviously, that would make sense. That's not what you just said is not what I meant. Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really prepared to do that at this time. I mean, I love doing site visits, but I don't know what's eligible and what's not quite yet, so.
I don't either. I have some questions actually on a few of mine as far as site seeing in person.
Madam Chair, from a process standpoint, my recommendation talked about, you get to the end, you make the vote for the eligible, not eligible. At the end of that list, after you adopt it based on that specific ability, the motion can be made, if there's a second, then voted on as to those specific properties that the committee deemed were eligible. I'd like a site visit for X, Y, and Z, and then we could take it up at that time, at the end of the meeting. That would be my suggestion.
Suzanne said,
I agree, as long as we,
we won't leave without
correct.
considering.
I
that.
understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our motion, right?
Well, could you, yeah, we didn't have a second, so
Okay.
There wasn't a second on my motion.
we'll leave that. Okay, thank you.
Do we need to vote on what we just said? I
don't-
am asking that.
I don't,
No, ma'am. So you made a motion, it died for lack of second, and then just based on the process, at the end of today, I would encourage you to make a motion for those properties you like to visit, and then we can take it up at the end.
okay, that's acceptable. We will begin.
Good morning, Tim Telfer, Land Acquisition Manager for Volusia County. And Brad and I are going to be taking turns on introducing each of these properties here. I'm going to start and introduce the first property. If we could advance the slide once more. The first one for your consideration is the Baylor property. This property is generally located in northwest Volusia County in the Seville area. This is a forest and farmlands application. So this is the only forest and farmlands application that you're going to see today. We're just knocking this one out first. This has a 12-question scoring sheet as opposed to the 19-question scoring sheet you use for the remainder. Passing score here, or an eligible score here, is 7 out of 12, as was mentioned earlier. The property is 3,576 acres in size. It generally consists of planted timber, pasture, and wetlands. As I mentioned, this is a conservation easement. Staff scored this as a 9 out of 12.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? John?
Okay, does this require, if we purchased conservation easement on this property, would it be required to have that in pine production for forever? I mean, they're plantations, and could they convert it to a forest at one point, or are they limited to keeping it exactly the way it is right now?
So the intent of the Forest and Farmlands program is to maintain the agricultural uses on the property. We would coordinate with the appropriate state and federal agencies and kind of mirror how they've set up the DACS and NRCS programs that exist at the state and federal level. But the short answer is yes. The easement that would be encumbering the property would set out specific standards for that planted pine, et cetera.
Okay, so like if we had a fire in 98 type issue and it burned the whole property, they would be required to replant all those forest areas.
Yeah,
So we're going to jump in together and tag team this. So it would be, it depends on the negotiation of the easement. So agricultural use would give the property owner some leeway, but if they're going to change from planted pines, it would either be in the easement that they can change the agricultural use, or they would have to come and request that we renegotiate the easement.
Okay, thanks.
Question, I see you have potential partners. Anything you can share with us on that?
So we've had conversations on a number of the properties that you're going to see today with potential partners, but there's really nothing material to disclose at this time, other than we've met with some NRCS folks and some DACS folks. There's potential for partnership here, and if the committee deems this project eligible, we'll continue those conversations and hopefully report back at the next meeting with a little bit more robust information.
Because the way I see this, I know this property, and I can see it going either conservation easement or agricultural easement for the current uses, which are most conservation easements allow cattle and timber, whereas a farm easement would allow other uses. So maybe in the negotiation, when you're talking dollars and cents, they may want to reassess. Again, what you negotiate out for the uses is what we pay for. So
I move we approve this as eligible.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Actually, we're gonna have the vote at the end. So right now, again, this is just for process. We've been given this score sheet. If you would indicate on here what your yes or no is in the final column.
are we going to have to turn this in and be graded? Because I use this as my cheat sheet too to make notes on it.
There's another one.
There's a clean
We
copy.
do have extras for you.
Never mind.
Okay. All set? Okay. Application number 2, Stewart and Howell.
Yes, ma'am. So the next application, if we could put the PowerPoint back up for us. is Stewart and Howell. This is a fee simple acquisition, requested acquisition. Again, 10 of 19 is the score needed to determine eligibility. Your staff advisory judgment is it meets 11 of the 19. It's 1,954 acres. This also is in a target area. It's in the Florida Forever Indian River Lagoon Blueway project area, and it abuts the Turnbull Hammock Conservation Area, which is owned by the Water Management District.
Okay. Any questions or comments about this project?
This is a property that, like Suzanne, I would almost like to see this. I've seen parts of it. I don't know how accessible it is, but this is one I would have liked to have checked out. I think it's eligible, but I would still like to review it to look at it sometime.
You're not going to find me opposing anyone on saying that they want a site visit. I have certain ones myself. So
And I think that's fair. Just when someone sees it, we put it down.
I agree.
I'm familiar with this property because we have a wastewater plant in the neighborhood. This hammock is quite exceptional, and I think a site visit offers a real opportunity to see something special.
Can I ask a quick question?
Any questions?
Yes. Just for clarity and for anyone kind of watching, can you explain, or anyone explain kind of why they're shaped like this, all these little parcels? It's just over time they kind of got broken up that way. I mean, we are voting on all of them at the same time, obviously, I assume, but just want to clarify that for anyone, watching.
So you will be voting on all the parcels that are shown on the screen there. We haven't really researched the history here. Usually that's a result of a platting process from years ago. The reason you see the different parcels broken up in that fashion.
And follow up on that, on the northeast of this picture, there's all those kind of long strips. Are those developed right now? It looks like a different color. I don't know. Or are those possibly, future eligible for that small parcel acquisition? I guess if those are all super small, I'm not sure if that's.
To the east of it?
Yeah, just all those
Florida
long.
Shores.
So those are what?
That's Florida Shores.
Oh, okay.
It's a big subdivision.
Then I guess none of them they appear to all be built then, I guess. Just checking.
Okay. Any further questions?
I have a general question. When these are purchased in fee simple and all individual lots, after the transaction takes place, will this become all one lot? Recognized as one property rather than multiple properties?
It'll be managed as a single entity. Yes.
Did that answer your question? Is your question? Okay, that's fine. It'll be managed as one entity. Okay, thank you. Okay. Number 3, Stewart Family Properties.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, yes.
can we have a vote on the Stewart Howard?
Move we approve to accept it as eligible.
Second.
Yeah, no, I am, help me. Are we going to score them and then vote at the end, or?
So the process, Gerald, that we had, if you'll put the spreadsheet up for me, Jill, is that we'll do a roll call on everyone's yes, no vote.
Okay.
So everyone can see it, and it will automatically calculate if it's eligible or not. So if we could go back to number 1, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, and do the yes, no, and then we can do it for 2.
No,
it's a yes, no.
It's not a point thing.
A yes, no, and then we will come back at the end and look at in the entirety and make a motion or pull individual ones as you explained.
We can do that.
So Jill will call the roll for the Baylor property, and your answer will be yes, no for eligibility. Yes, it's eligible, or no, it is not eligible.
Marianne Connors,
Yes?
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Yes.
Okay.
Now I'll ask Jill to call the roll for Stuart Howarth.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Here, or sorry, yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam, Marianne Connors.
Yes. Okay. We're now at Stewart Family Properties.
Stewart Family Properties is a fee simple application, 275 acres. It is within the Indian River Lagoon Blue Way target area. It abuts Turnbull Hammock Conservation Area. Staff has scored this an 11.
I've got a question for you, Tim. This is 3 tracks all broken up. Do you want to manage 3 tracks spread all over the place?
Well, luckily for me, I get to turn around and look at Nick for help with that answer.
Very good.
Hello, Nick Dunham, Resource Stewardship Land Management. So the answer to your question is it's more challenging to manage smaller blocks that are broken up and spread out like this unless you have an adjoining property that allows you access to it.
On the property that's south of Volco, is that adjacent to the St. John's property?
Brad, do you have the answer for that?
I was just, if it was, it would be nice that they would take management of that, since we've managed some of their property for them.
When you're talking about land management, question 18, which would impact land management, wasn't provided with an answer. It said needed more, and that would affect land management also. I'm just pointing that out.
So the answer to the first question is it is adjacent.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Suzanne, can you repeat your question?
He brought up the land management question in the parcels, and the question is there limited Florida Exotic Pest Council Category 1 invasive that said needed more information, or it was unknown, and that would impact your management of the land. So I'm just pointing that out since he had brought up management. Yeah, we don't know how many invasive plants there are on the property.
Yes, it is unknown that because that specific parcel did not have a site visit to determine that.
And how many of these parcels can be accessed? And because I look at the one off of Cow Creek Road, and it doesn't look like it abuts Cow Creek Road. It looks like there's a track in between it. Is there easements to these properties, or are they just something back on an old plat with no access?
I'm not aware of an easement from Cow Creek Road.
There's no access to the property.
I can only say that I haven't been made aware of access to the property. Like, I can't tell you if there is or is not.
I don't mean to get ahead of us, but the following application has a list of properties that are also seem to relate to this group. So there is a context in which we're looking at these.
That is right.
I don't know, it is under number 4. I'm sorry, I don't have page numbers, but there is a list of properties. And so what we're looking at is, it doesn't necessarily reflect, but some of those properties are adjacent to these properties. And there may be conditions that become known as a part of also looking at those.
Correct. So properties 2 and 3, if I understood correctly, Can staff say something to this?
Sure. So actually, I believe it is properties 2, 3, and 4 are owned by the same family or that have family members associated with them. That's why these 3 are grouped together. We would treat these, or of course there's different owners, but when we're talking to Florida Forever staff, that we would bring these as all 3 together as one application if the board deems it eligible and it ranks on the A list or sorted into the A list. So it would be one ecological tract. They're owned by different members of the families, but 2,600 acres in totality.
And I think when you take them all together, they're all connected to Turnbull Hammock Conservation.
Right.
Area. Right.
Right. I think the same criteria fall into place for all of these properties. But as Brad's saying, we would be looking at them for their potential as a single entity. Okay.
I move we accept Stewart family properties as eligible.
Got to vote.
I have a roll call vote.
Yes.
Marianne Connor,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gow,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Okay. With that, we move to item number 4. This is the CF/CMM investments.
So the CF/CMM Investments is another fee simple application, also located in the Indian River Lagoon Blueway target area, also abuts Turnbull Hammock Conservation Area, 169 acres in size, and staff has scored this at 11.
Any questions?
I move we approve it as eligible.
Marianne Connor,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gow,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Item 5, the Carter/Volusia Land Trust.
Yes, so the Carter Volusia Land Trust is 1,339 acres. Mr. Doyle spoke during public participation about this piece. They're asking for a fee simple acquisition. The staff score was 11. It requires 10 of 19 to be eligible. Of course, that's our best judgment. It is not in an acquisition target area. However, it does. So if you see the map in front of you, that southwest corner of the property, that's abuts or that's touching corner to corner with Deep Creek Preserve.
And that is Deep Creek running through the western side of the property, correct? No?
No.
So our land manager says that's Lake Ashby Canal.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Lake Ashby's way south of that.
Can I ask a question?
Deep Creek is over on the far side, the west side of the Leffler property. This is just another slough that drains down through there, but it's all north of Lake Ashby, way north.
Yes, the canal that runs down the west side of the Carter parcel here is what we refer to as Lake Ashby Canal. It does drain south into Lake Ashby. Deep Creek itself is on the western boundary of Deep Creek Preserve. Clarification.
Okay.
Derek?
Yeah, just a question and maybe clarification. I think it was brought up earlier by the gentleman who's spoken, that there's the borrow pit on this property, right? So I'm just, I see, and this is nothing, no problem necessarily. I definitely like this land. I hope it gets acquired. But on our map, there's a lake. The only lake that really shows on any of my diagrams is this one, on the northeast, and the whole blue section that is that triangle on the southeast section that doesn't exist on any of these maps. I'm just wondering if they just haven't been updated in the last year. That whole, I guess it's the borrow pit, right? That's been, when was that made again? I mean, that's sooner than, they don't have any more updated maps.
Probably 7 years ago.
So these maps are older than 7 years then. I mean, so it's, I'm not, confident in that then, on some other questions later on about, if they, again, this isn't the county's fault or anyone's fault. It's just, I guess, whoever, the state, whoever manages some of these GIS data, it's just they should probably include that now since it's there.
Do we have any partnership potential here? Is there district?
So we have reached out. So this is not in a Florida Forever project area. It would not allow for a boundary amendment to Florida Forever because it's more than 1,000 acres at this time. And there's a threshold for value in order to do a boundary amendment. But we've sought out other partners in terms of our, when we bought Deep Creek Preserve, our water resources department within the county was a partner in that. Like I said, as Tim mentioned earlier, there's been some preliminary conversations, but no commitments at this time. But traditional partners in terms of Florida Forever, this would not be in that group.
I noticed the trail coming, it shows up on the map. I don't know quite what the scale of this is, but the trail that crosses the county, is that proximate? No.
Wish list.
Mhm. It shows as an existing trail across.
I believe that's the trail, the bike trail from Beck Ranch that comes down 415.
Okay, so that's public use feature.
Yes, it's public use.
Okay. Any further questions? No? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we find the property eligible.
Second.
Mary Ann Connor,
Yes?
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Yes.
Number 6. This is the Frank A. Ford Trust property.
So number 6 is the Frank A. Ford Trust property, a fee simple acquisition, 1,200 acres in size, not within a Florida Forever project area or target area, but it does abut Bulow Creek State Park and North Peninsula State Park. 1,200 acres in size, located in northeast Volusia County.
I did note that the applicant had mentioned interest by the Water Management District, also DEP. I wasn't quite as sure what that would be, but do we have any knowledge of interest, again, from a funding partner?
So we've communicated both with the St. Johns River Water Management District representative as well as the state park manager for the adjacent state park property, North Peninsula. They don't have the ability to commit their organizations to partnerships, but obviously they're advocates for the acquisition here and the expansion of the existing parks. They've indicated to us that they're communicating the importance that they see in this property up their chain of command, but that's really as far as I can comment on that subject.
Okay. Well, hopefully if this is in fact representing the ultimate boundary of the park, it would be managed as such.
As I understand it, there are no upland properties of this at all. It's basically marsh and spoils from when the canal systems were dug a long time ago.
Yeah, it used to be Tomoka impoundment. And that impoundment we managed, county managed for years and years. And I think probably about 20 years ago or so, the dike got blown out and they started to take it down. So it's free flowing now. It's not impounded area anymore, but it's a little different area in that it's got a lot of silt from the Tomoka River in there. So we once lost a drag line in there that sunk and we could never find it. So it's really kind of a unique thing, but they still do mosquito control on it. Back, the state park system tried to get Frank to sell it to them for years. And I knew they were interested years ago, but I don't know why they would now, because it would complete another big chunk of the Geo Park up there that has Tomoka State Park, Bulow, and the North Peninsula Recreation Area.
Well, there are a lot of things I like about it, and it certainly makes the map look prettier. I just don't know about spending taxpayers' dollars for marsh that have no development, that whether we buy it or not will continue on as it is.
Yeah, they would never be able to develop out there. But the only reason, to me, what we would do it is if we had some kind of guarantee from the state that they would purchase it from us at a later date, you know, when they got their money together. But
I'm kind of with you on that.
we don't want to manage that because there's a road out there and there's still private property out there past Frank's. So I don't think you want Tim and the other guys want to be managing that for any reason.
I'm with you, and I believe that it is eligible. I just don't know if it'll make the A list in my mind.
I have a couple of questions based on what the committee members just said. Is any of this developable? And is pertaining to access, is the only access to this through the state park? And I have some other questions after I get the answers to those two.
So I'll take the first half of that, and that whether a property is or is not developable is an extremely challenging question, and I don't mean to dodge it, but we may not be equipped to answer that question sitting here at the podium. That brings in the Growth Management Department and the Environmental Permitting Department and a couple other organizations or divisions within Volusia County that we don't speak for, as well as some state and potentially federal permitting.
And not only that, if a city could annex it, then yes, it is developable.
No.
In some of these
Even the
cities on
cities
what
wouldn't
they're
be able-
developing,
No.
listen,
Just saying.
anything is developable.
Just saying.
Was the only entrance through the state park and access to this property?
Or by water?
I believe it is. There's just one road that goes in there on the south end.
This is one that I tried to visit, and it appeared as though the only entrance was through the state park, and there's a gate over that road, blocking that road. So you can't. It's a dirt road that goes back in there. And this was one that I had down because I actually wanted a site visit before making a decision, yes or no today. This is one of the reasons I questioned this earlier. What the committee member said, the two discussing maintaining it, and there are the answer to the historic Archaeological was yes on this. I don't know if anyone noticed that or not. It said there was a cemetery and at least one building. And that brought my attention. That's one of the reasons I asked if it was developable, because there's only 15% of the land. And if that actually has historical findings on it, then I just think that that would want to be protected. So my question is it possible to purchase less of this than the entire amount that's presented?
There's two things to address there. I'll address the second part first, and that's a challenging question for me to answer again, because it depends on the willingness of the landowner to subdivide this property too. It's certainly something we could approach them about and say, you know, if this was the direction given by the council, county council, based on your recommendation, we could approach the landowners and say, this is the extent that the Volusia Forever program is willing to participate in the acquisition of this property. But if I can back up, let me just touch briefly on the archaeological question. The application does mention a cemetery, but when staff went through and scored these, we have a data set that was provided to the county by the Division of Historical Resources that lists archaeological sites in the county, and we overlaid that onto the boundaries here to determine if there were any known archaeological sites within that property. So we didn't necessarily rely on the application, we relied on the data set that we were provided. And no, you don't have that in your packet. We've tried to guard that information to discourage any treasure hunters from going out there and digging up these sites.
So I recognize too that we're here for environmentally sensitive land, but that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate history. And history is one of the questions on our 19 questions. I'm just, the other two committee members bring up a valid point that Volusia County trying to maintain 85% marshland is a lot to ask, with the only real entry into the property going through the state park. So I don't know. I don't know if anyone has anything else to add.
To me, the value of the property is to the park, because that's the boundary that we're talking about.
So I would say the
leaving.
values to the park, but let's keep in mind that this is in the area of the Ormond Scenic Loop. For me personally, I'm just going to say I'm struggling with this because there is no protection for scenic highways, and the water up there is polluted. There is no BMAP in place up there. I understand that the park would benefit from this. 85% marshland being maintained is not desirable. Right. To the county, to me personally. I want the history protected, and I would think that Volusia County would want the history protected as much as the park itself. I'm talking a lot here, but there's a lot a lot to be discussed.
I think this is it's a good discussion, because this is what takes us from, you know, is it eligible? Do we want to look at it further? And is it something that we want as a county asset? Because these are different questions.
So I'm going to go back to my original, which I said in the very beginning of this meeting. I would really like to see this property before making a decision. Personally, this was why this property alone was one of the reasons, and I have a few others too. But I wanted to see, and I am really less interested in purchasing the whole thing as a smaller portion, and perhaps some other program that purchases historic land that is also weighing on me, or historic, you know, properties in our county. Perhaps that's a possibility as well. I don't know. I don't want to start making suggestions and have daggers thrown my way, but you know, we do have Volusia Echo and it looks at historic properties. When you start talking about cemeteries and historic buildings, I think it's really hard without us having that information in front of us. But this is one property personally I'd like to see.
If I may add, I see the concerns over is it developed or is it not. I think in our role today, I think it's eligible based on the criteria, but I just don't know that it's a priority. Absolutely. So that I think goes to the A/B list, and even beyond that, if we put it on the A list, then we're really just giving staff the ability to hunt down these answers. So if we trust our expert staff, I think we today say, is it eligible? Sure. Let's take a deeper look and what that negotiation and what comes down the line is between staff and the county council.
Okay, so it's eligible for, I'd say, further discussion and in.
Well, there's a
in your
difference in being
interest.
eligible for further discussion and putting it on a list for staff to pursue a possible
Correct.
purchase.
So Suzanne, is
Okay,
your
so-
concern that you're trying to decide whether it's eligible, or do you agree that it's eligible, but you want more information before we decide where it goes, A or B? Or are you trying to decide whether you feel it's eligible?
I'm struggling with 85% marshland being maintained by the county. And what was said about the park purchasing it back, there are no guarantees in that. There's no guarantee that the park would purchase it back if the county pursued purchasing it. That's all that I'm trying to say. I suppose it's eligible. I would really like to see a smaller portion, not this entire, not 85% salt marsh purchase.
First of all, that marsh out there is not, you could not walk across it. Okay. So there is one road that goes along the very southern dike. That road that's blocked off, you could probably get through with Frank's permission. And that road goes all the way out to the intercoastal waterway. That is the only access to the property. And walking it is, you could not do it. You could sink up to your neck. Okay. I mean, we've landed helicopters out there and done all that stuff. If you wanted to see the property, they really need to just fly a drone over it and take some footage, and you can see the video.
Well,
Because you'll never see any more than just that one dike.
I actually would like to see drone videos for all of these properties, and I was going to suggest that at the beginning, but I didn't want to hold up any more time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, we see it with helicopter, and you can't see it any other way.
I understand. I haven't seen it though.
I get you.
I would move that we go ahead and include this as eligible. This is one that maybe we should take a site visit to go up and look at that dike, and just, I'm not familiar with it. But I'm not convinced it'll make it the A list in my mind, but it is eligible.
Right.
Unless we have a partner. If we get a partner, it could get to A list real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a question, I guess, for staff. If you can explain, it says it's 1,200 acres on the just list of acreage. So that's, I assume, not the dry land acreage. That's all, and this goes for, I guess, all of the things. It's just whatever the red outline is. Is that correct? So regardless if there's a water in there or not, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And also, I guess, just a comment on managing. I mean, or maybe it's partly a question, but do you even need to like manage marshland? I mean, can't you just leave it as it is if we do have it? Like what, it's not like a forest, you have to pull out invasive species and there's no like prescribed burning for sure. I mean, what is the practice there, if any?
Certain marshes require different management techniques. Salt marsh like this may or may not require some prescribed fire, but it's unlikely in some of these areas. So the management would be minimal for a wetland like this.
I have a question. And this may seem like a strange question, but as we all know, anything goes anymore. any of the marshland water areas that are owned by Volusia Forever currently ever dredged? And is there any future chance of dredging of this specific area?
Any of the conservation lands that is managed by Volusia County, there's been no dredging.
So if the county were to purchase this, would the county allow dredging? I'm just curious.
From a management perspective, for me, my answer would be no for that.
Okay. Any further discussion, questions? Is there a motion?
Gerald made a motion. I'll second it.
Motion and a second? Roll call?
Marion Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump, Gerald Feaser,
Yeah.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Am I allowed to abstain? Is that, okay, vote no? Well, I guess, yes, then with the caveat that we, definitely consider it further.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
I'm going to vote yes, but I want a site visit.
Wanda Van Dam,
It was an unenthusiastic yes. So. Okay, item 7.
Yes, Madam Chair. So item 7 is Stone Street. It's in the De Leon Springs area. The application type is for a conservation easement. So we ask that they meet 7 of the criteria. The staff's judgment is that it meets 10 of the criteria. The acreage is 368. It is not in an acquisition target area, but it is adjacent to the Clark Bay Conservation Area, which is owned and managed by the St. Johns River Water Management District.
Now, this one is for a conservation easement, correct?
Yes.
I can say real quick, I've done some work for this gentleman, Dr. Stone Street, on his property there. It's a good piece of land for timber operation. Yeah, wildlife habitat. It's predominantly flatwood soil. There is some uplands.
I would move to put this on as acceptable.
One question before we move forward. Does he want to do a pine plantation timber operation? Or is this just, he wants to protect property?
So we actually had met with this gentleman before Volusia Forever was kicked off again, and he really wants to conserve the property for the next generation in his family.
And does that include timber harvesting?
He did not mention timber harvesting. They mentioned hunting and just enjoying the property.
Yeah.
With my experiences with conservation easements, timber is usually accepted.
Well, that's an agricultural
An
operation.
agricultural use, low intensive ag like timber and cattle are usually acceptable under most jurisdictions on conservation easements.
Okay.
So I would hope he would manage it.
I will say, just as an additional, he has actually paid a professional forestry company to come in and do a forestry management plan. He follows that plan yearly, so he's a very good steward of the property.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
This is it's a bit of a hybrid because he's actually brought it forth under 2 different categories. But it seems, that he's a good steward of the property. It seems to offer some public benefits, and it is for a conservation easement. So. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll move that we go. I'll move that we find the property eligible.
Second?
That,
Mary Ann Connor,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser, John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Item 8.
So the next property for your consideration is the Curtin property. This is a fee simple application, 332 acres, generally in eastern Volusia County. It is not within a target acquisition area and there's no adjacent conservation property. Staff is scored it at a 9.
Discussion?
Just a question. Obviously, I think, the landfill is near there. Does that not sort of exhibit some kind of easement on there for, I mean, I guess it's not conservation, but it's not really developed either. Do you know, does the landfill have any kind of boundary of needing to have, trees around it or something like that to maybe prevent, runoff or anything like that?
Yeah. So we're not aware of any regulatory restrictions, if I'm answering the question correctly.
Derek, is your question whether or not the landfill needs this for some protective purpose?
Well, no, I mean, I really like the location of this property and I would like to see it saved. And I know you just said one of the criteria that you said no to was that it's not adjacent to other kind of, land. I'm trying to find the exact wording that is, somehow otherwise protected, that I think might include, a public facility, like for instance, if there's some other kind of thing other than just a state park, maybe that can count. But also, I really just want to point out that I think I wish we had more applications from sort of stuff closer to the cities. I mean, I know we have a lot from out west and north and south, but this is one that I really think, is getting to the heart. I mean, it's one of the closest ones. I mean, we have a few other little ones, but, it's a large parcel. And I mean, I don't know if, I'm hoping it gets saved, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, it has some water recharge value just being large, obviously, and being near, kind of in between Tomoka and Spruce Creek, both impaired waterways, obviously, and the highway with a lot of runoff as well. We want to protect land, at least I'm hoping to protect land around there. So for me, I at least put one other yes on one of these other kind of criteria for, does it have potential for recharge value? I mean, that's possible, of course. And, are there other scarce or unique communities? Again, just uniqueness in terms of maybe not much is protected on that side of the close to the cities, because we're losing a lot of that area to development very rapidly. So that's why for me, it's it votes, I'm going to vote yes.
This is another property that I had wanted to see in person. And did I understand correctly that this was the property earlier that you had said that a corner of it used to be the part of a landfill?
It used to be its own landfill. It was not part of the landfill for the county. It was a C&D landfill.
A portion of the property was the landfill or all of it?
The applicant said a portion.
Can you please? I know it was asked. I just want a little more.
Yes, about 50 acres of the 333 acres was a landfill that was closed down. It was the material in the landfill was it was clean fill, and it was closed and monitored by the state, and they're all the way through that process. I will add that this property, the headwaters of the Tomoka River run through this property, so a good portion of this property contains the headwaters of the Tomoka River. So I did want to add that. Any other questions on the landfill?
I have a question. Where from the map that's on the screen was the landfill? located on there?
If you, up in the northwest corner, you'll see a little lake right there, a little body of water. It was just to the south side of that.
Has there been an environmental assessment done on that? I know the state lets you close them up, but
well, and the state
sometimes
had,
on those private landfills, things get put in there that aren't supposed to go in there.
the state had monitoring wells that they monitored for a number of years after it was closed.
They don't anymore.
I don't think they're currently monitoring them.
No, but when they closed, we've never had any problem with any monitoring well. They closed actually a year early because we didn't have any problems, never.
Yeah.
But one thing you need to know is if there's something in there and we became owners of it, we would be on the hook. We once got some property down in Beck's Ranch and spent a few $100,000 cleaning up a cattle dipping pit that we found out about after St. John's gave us the property. So you got to be real careful with that. You can get on the hook for a lot of money in a hurry.
Well, and I would say that, we probably would not be opposed to a carve out of that, a discussion about that, how that might look. If we had to carve that piece out and put it in a separate entity. So we've had some discussions about that, and we would not be opposed to having that discussion.
I have a question for staff. This had no basin management action plan. There's none in that area that I noticed on any of the maps. I mean, Tomoka River doesn't have one, correct?
Yes. Yeah, if we didn't show it on the map, we're not aware of a VMAP.
So I'm just thinking and talking out loud again, like I did with the property a while ago. This is like a catch-22. We never purchased land along the Tomoka River to help clean the Tomoka River, but we have no basin management action plan. So therefore we stay caught in this vicious circle of polluted water that we can never clean up. It's really a dilemma.
Well, I think if they can carve that out, and you may find out that even if it's not eligible under this program, the landfill may choose to purchase that for additional buffer. They've done that out at the transfer station and other places, so they may choose to do that. I wouldn't speak for them, but it's not above the county to add some buffer to the landfill property.
That's a fundamentally different purpose.
Yeah.
That we're talking about, and
Yeah.
Derek?
So I, sorry to maybe call you back, the applicant. If, again, I really want to, this is out of all them, I mean, honestly, one of the ones I want to see saved the most. I know it's one under, but just because of the location. And I agree, maybe a carve out is an option. Obviously, there's that one little chunk that just is out there. But the question for you is, you might not know this, but those other parcels that are kind of the strips that you don't own, I guess the one in the middle and there's two in the middle, I guess, right?
Yes.
Do you know the owner? Are they planning to do anything with it, or?
Yeah, they one has a business on the front of it. What's the name?
No, they sold.
Oh, they sold.
They sold. They just have some horses and cattle.
Yeah.
But they cannot get across the Tomoka River. That's the crazy thing when they bought it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one to the
Divide their land in half. So until it's dry, they can't go on the west side.
the southernmost portion is, or the southernmost strip, if you will, is owned by a private individual that I don't know what plans they have for it.
They hunt on it.
They just hunt on it.
Okay, yeah, so those are the.
It's a great recreation area. The landfill, we'd love for you to come see it. We'd love to take you out there. It's got cattle on it, it's got timber. They've hunted on it for 50 years. The little Tomoka River runs right through the middle. all that property up there except for the 2 and the 3 in the middle, and then there's some family in the top right. Like to keep it green, like to work with the county. Would love to take you for a ride out there.
I will add that we previously had this under contract with a developer, and they had partnered with a developer out of Orlando, and I think they had a problem in their partnership, and they exited the contract. So there is a commercial use for the property. The family would like to see it stay green, and this is the way it could happen. But short of that, we'd need to put it out there.
So if I may make some more comments again, thank you for that information. Again, I really want to see us do what we can. If you just look north of it, again, there's forest above there, and then south of it also forest below there. And I know technically it's not in these more western corridors, but I mean, that is a connectivity right there that you can see from north to south. Maybe someday, I'm not sure. I think at that particular location of I-4, there's not one of those, nature underpasses or not, but obviously, it's still for other water flow and things, I think that can get through. And I guess I would like to make a motion that it's eligible based on either that it meets the criteria for water recharge or one of the other ones. But before I get that, if you guys doubt that for the whole property, you want to wait on the assessment of that, the landfill part of it, we could maybe just make eligible the rest of the parcels. So again, it was kind of broken up nicely there, and they maybe mentioned that if that's what the board is looking to do. Again, I'm happy to nominate all of it with then the due diligence of staff being that, before we obviously buy it down the road, if it comes down to that, they're not just going to have the county council just not be aware of if there's, anything wrong with the landfill part.
I have a question. Did staff visit this property in person?
Yes, we did.
I've got a question for the staff. Is the percentage of uplands and water bodies or wetlands requiring restoration minimal? You checked no. What was wrong?
Well,
How much restoration
if
is
it's
needed?
not requiring, so I'm sorry, repeat the question for me.
It was just number 19. You selected no. Is the percentage of wetland and water bodies requiring restoration minimal? So it obviously takes a lot of restoration then. What's wrong with it?
So the restoration would be the landfill piece.
That's the landfill piece.
Yes.
All right. So right now you're at 9. Staff recommended 9, gave it a score of 9. But if the committee approved that perhaps the restoration was minimal, that would give it a score of 10 and therefore a passing score.
Are we in a position to do that?
I've asked Mr. Brown to comment on that.
Appreciate that, Brad. That was facetious. Anyway, so it's the committee makes a determination as to whether a property is eligible or not. So it's the recommendation upon the committee, and the criteria in the resolution just says should meet a minimum of 10 of the 19 standards, as we're talking about fee here as opposed to farm or conservation easement. So 5 or 7 for the other respective types of acquisitions. So if the committee, you don't necessarily, I read that means that you have to change it from 9 to 10. But my advice would be for consistency, and as you further recommend or look at other projects, you probably want to come up with some type of process. But if there's a majority of the committee members that deem this as eligible without changing the numbers, then that is a recommendation the committee can make, and for further evaluation, determination into what category it should be in down the road. As far as Mr. LaMontagne's motion regarding the acquisition process, my recommendation would be you're just making a determination today whether it's eligible. Some of those other negotiation decisions and conversations can occur later if the project is the acquisition is deemed eligible, and then based on what category it's put in, those things can occur later. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I struggle with this property.
Can they modify their application at for the next level? Like if we said that we'll make it eligible, but it's going to go on the B list if the landfill's still there.
So today's determination is only eligible or non-eligible. That conversation.
I get that, but can the applicant change their application
The applicant
at
can
the
always
next
with,
level?
Just take out that part, I guess.
They can come back.
right. So I guess it's twofold, Mr. Campbell. So it's either, proceed
voting
today
on
as
what
it's
we're seeing
written,
today.
yes, sir. Or the applicant could withdraw their application today if they wanted to, resubmit something else, or or they don't. We vote on today and then further negotiations based on what category you determine it down the road. If you deem it eligible today, will occur and determine how the acquisition proceeds.
Gotcha.
Is that fair?
Yep. I got my answer.
Wanda?
I too would like to see this property become eligible, and number 19 was one of the questions that I had as to the restoration. Another question, because I was looking for areas that could be considered eligible, it was number 2, ecological link or habitat corridor. And when I look at this, I see that we've got that conservation easement on the other side. And we have the waters, of course, running from one to the other. Does that not qualify for a link?
Of course, there's the largest concentration of bald eagles in the county out at the landfill, and there's several nests on that area. So,
And I'm not asking staff to respond to that. I'm just asking the other members to look at that and think, is that something that we can possibly look at? And then there is also the point-to-point connection between the conservation property and it would be the northeast corner of this property. So I'm looking at those 3 things and thinking, to me, that makes this property eligible. So just wanted to throw that out there.
I'm sorry, Wanda, I'm looking for the map.
Existing conservation lands.
There we go. This one?
Top Smoke River.
Oh, talking about. Okay, so we're talking the other side of the highway?
And Wanda, if I may, I think that may go more towards criteria 1 in my mind. I think the number 2 has always been if it's been 2 properties, but I would agree that number 1 could be reviewed based on that easement. It's across I-4, but I agree functionally it goes underneath it.
A general question to staff, or I believe this would be staff. This is kind of a strange question. Has the county purchased any land with Volusia Forever that has had landfills or brownfields or anything like that on it?
Not to our knowledge.
So as I mentioned before, I'm happy to nominate, but before I nominate the whole parcel, would anyone on staff prefer and maybe ask the applicant, of course, ask if we just do all those other boxes other than the northwest box? Would anyone want to nominate it that way? If not, I'm happy when time comes to nominate the whole thing, or if we can't, then also.
Yeah, I don't know that I think we have to deal with what's before us. And if we wanted to say maybe there's potential for something else, I think we have to wait for something else to be before us.
But again, I think the due diligence will be done when the time comes, and I'm not worried about the landfill because I don't think we won't do an environmental assessment of it, before we buy it if it's in the final purchase. So again, I'd like to make a motion to nominate it as eligible at this time.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Gerald?
Well, I would like to talk about partnerships. Has the landfill, have they expressed any interest, or I know it's within the county, but as having that as a buffer to where they would be willing to partner with us?
We've had initial conversations with them, and of course they would like the buffer and not see this developed, but the closed landfill was problematic for them.
It was.
So I have some comments. So I'll frame it this way. Ultimately, I would like to see this land purchased. But I think that at this time, we have to vote no and then get some way to get it to say yes. We have to find that 10th item. I think if we could find a way to have more water storage or percolation on the property, that would get us our 10 where we can go up. So I would, again, certainly want to do something, but I feel that we should say no today and find a way legitimately to get this as a yes.
I might suggest that you think about approving it today, but telling them if the landfill's on it when we see it next, it's gonna be on the B list, which means it's gonna be dead. So, I mean, if we vote that it's not eligible, I don't know that you can bring it back.
Sure you can.
Can you?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think there was, we've had this discussion, certainly you can bring an application back, modified, adjusted, more information. So I think that's always there. In this particular case, the next round of applications is in April. It's not even that far away. So I think if the applicant were to take our comments today into consideration, that would be a possibility. So we do have a motion and a second. Again, any further discussion?
I'd like to hopefully maybe, ask those other parcels in between if they, would consider as well, if we end up getting this, but that's obviously a question down the road.
Okay.
Marianne Connor,
No.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Warburg,
No.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes, but I want a site visit as well.
Wanda Van Dam,
Yes.
We have
So the next property for your,
number 9.
Jill, can you back us up one? The next property or application for your consideration is Deep Creek Reserve. This is located in southwest Volusia County. The application is for a conservation easement. Acreage is 300 acres. It is within the Volusia Conservation Corridor and it abuts Farmington Green Key property.
I would like to comment on this property that I think this is a great property. I have no problem with it. But I would also like to alert county staff, if you're not aware of it, that I've received a listing that the property to the west and to the south is for sale. It's called River Bend Ranch. It's 1,170 acres. They're wanting a lot of money for it, but it's not a whole lot more than what the county property appraiser currently assesses it at. But it basically, this property would run from whatever that road is to the left, and those two big brown areas are included into it. And it runs all the way down and has 2 miles of frontage on the St. Johns River. Now, I know this is totally out of this question here, but I would like to see us not only move for this conservation easement, but to also seek out those other property owners to see if they're eligible. Because to me, if we could get that as under an easement and the other piece bought, that would probably be one of the biggest home runs of the year for Volusia County. But I'd just like to bring that up.
So if I could follow up on that, the owner of the Deep Creek Reserve property informed me of the same thing, and I left a voicemail with the listing agent for the property to the adjacent property. Did not get a call back yet, but that's a good reminder. I'll see if I can reach out again.
Robbie, is that you? Come on, could you come up and address that, please?
So I've sent Riverbend Ranch over to Tim and Brad. It's 1,200 acres, I believe. We're asking $15 million. It is the last link on the St. Johns River right there of the Volusia Conservation Corridor. And we do plan on submitting an application in April. I believe that's the next
Okay,
deadline.
Okay.
thank you. I'd love to see the county be able to buy that.
This is just a question. If this is under a conservation easement, is there an allowance that an access to this property more generally can come through that easement? I mean, can it be part of the conservation easement that you could say we would like a right of access to come through? Just because it goes out to Baytown and it just seems to offer a different opportunity.
Typically, a conservation easement wouldn't authorize that. That would be an access easement, which would be something that we could consider. It certainly would have to be included in the appraisal process, and the owner would have to consent to it early
So
on.
maybe negotiable.
Possibly, it's a challenge.
Okay. Any questions?
I would move for approval.
Motion for approval
I'll second.
and a second. Roll call?
Marianne Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber, Wanda Van Dam.
Number 10, this is, I'd like to pronounce this properly if how do we say this? Resicar. Okay, thank you. The Resicar Trust, St. John's Riverbend property.
Yes, ma'am. So this is an application for fee simple acquisition. The Resicar Trust, but also the city of DeBary is sponsoring this application as well and interested in a joint acquisition as well as with Florida Forever. The staff score on the property, our best judgment was that it was an 11. There is a response that the city of DeBary has provided. We included in your notebooks to the staff ranking. The acquisition target area is the Wekiva-Ocala Greenway. I will say that the city was proactive in their getting a boundary amendment to include this property in a Florida Forever project area within the last year or two. And it is across the St. Johns River from the Black Bear Wilderness area, which is in Seminole County, I believe. There's folks that are here to speak on this property as well.
Okay, I guess I have two of our speakers. This is Mayor Karen Chavez.
Karen Chavez, yes.
Jose, thank you.
This property, as you've mentioned, we are almost 2 years into the Florida Forever process. And our vision would be for this to be a cooperative effort between Florida Forever, the city of DeBary, and Volusia County, with the Volusia County obligations being part of the purchase price, but not a purchase cost, but not in a managerial role or going forward. The city would manage it under an agreement with Florida, the Florida Forever, probably DEP would be the property owner. And the city would develop a passive use for public access. There is access off of Fort Florida Road. There is a berm around the edge of the property, which is walkable at the current time. Eventually, during some wet seasons, there are some wet sections, we might increase the walkability over those sections eventually to allow walking and biking along the edge of the river. The berm came from an attempt by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the early 1950s to straighten the river at that point. So they put the spoils up on the point, and we anticipate not touching those spoils. In the middle is a freshwater marsh, which is beautiful in its own way, and this would give access to people who do not have access to the front of the river, but in a very minimal footprint kind of way. In the uplands, there are permitted already under a PUD construction of 20 to, I believe, 40, depending on the circumstance, residential properties. But we would anticipate under this acquisition that the uplands would be used by a DEP citizen support organization to build a freshwater research facility. The state has been looking for a site for this for a number of years along the St. John's, and the uplands offer that opportunity for that research center. So we have been working on this. There would be no recurring management costs for the county under the structure that we're proposing, and we would hope we would get your support.
Thank you, Mayor.
Karen, I have a question for you, please. Karen, I have a question for you.
Great. Great.
You said there was no recurring cost to the county. What about purchase? Was the city of DeBary going to include any money for purchase of the property? Did you mention that?
I believe that the application says that we will. We would anticipate the lion's share of the purchase to come from Florida Forever, a portion from Volusia Forever, and then the city, of course, the city council would have to approve it, but we believe the city would be able to contribute a portion as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Another question, if I could, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying not to overstay my welcome.
The research center, how
Yes.
far are you into, I had heard about that previously. How far into that process are you?
I believe that there's probably a staff member here that has better information on that than me. We have been partnered with them since day one with this when we were applying with Florida Forever.
Okay.
They are a citizen support organization with an official affiliation with DEP.
Okay.
The city manager has been intimately involved in that and can give you more detail if you would like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman,
Mr.
committee
Manager.
members. I'm Carmen Rosamonda, City Manager of DeBary. I'm a lifelong West Volusian and 40 years in DeBary. This particular property, we have got interested in this particular property because of a partnership that we have with the Aquatic Preserve Alliance of Central Florida. With us is Barbara Shelley. She's the Vice President, former FDEP executive. This particular organization is a citizen support organization under the Florida statutes of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We got interested in this probably because I don't know if you know or not, the city of DeBary, 90% of DeBary is under a spring basin. As you know, Blue Springs, half of DeBary belongs to Blue Springs, which is an outstanding polluted spring, and also Gemini Springs, which is also is an outstanding polluted spring. 1 mile north of this property is Blue Springs, 1 mile east of this property is Gemini Springs. This particular partnership with the Aquatic Preserve Alliance of Central Florida, putting a research and education center on the uplands of this particular property, it will be the FDEP's first and only freshwater research and education center. All their other research centers on saltwater bodies. Also on this particular property, we would like to term the berm, which is less than 1 or 2% of the entire property, into a nature trail that connects to the city trail, that connects to the county trails, that connects to the state trails. And so it will become a part of that rotation of folks to be able to walk and enjoy the river. This berm is literally riverfront. You can actually fall off the berm and fall into the river. That's how close it is. And it is one of a kind. And it will become a destination for folks to go out and spend the day enjoying the river without needing a boat. And that's on that particular berm. So this is a project. Yes, the Florida Forever has included, did a boundary amendment for this particular property to be included in the Wekiva-Ocala Greenway. Their particular process is extremely slow. We are looking for partnership with Volusia County, obviously. And whichever process goes first, we can develop this particular partnership as it goes along. But the application calls for 3-to-1 match with Volusia County and the city putting in 25%. Yes, we are looking to manage this particular property and control this property so the county doesn't have any expenses going forward. And we plan to develop the nature park, the nature trail, all the way around this particular property. On our response to staff's number, as far as the criteria that we meet, we believe that we meet 5 more criteria. We believe our score is 15 to 16, maybe even 17. When we provided those particular responses, particularly number 19, where they said, no, this property does not need any restoration whatsoever. The marsh is in perfect shape. It's a great filter for the St. Johns River that is an impaired water body at this particular location. And so it's perfect partnership between the county, the city, and hopefully the state to purchase this particular property and turn it over to the citizens of Volusia. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have, because it's.
What are the archaeological sites? They mentioned 2 of them on the property.
I do know that at that particular time. We do have Barbara Howell. She's with FDEP here as well.
Hello, Barbara Howell, Aquatic Preserve Manager for the Wekiva Middle St. John's Aquatic Preserve. Yes, so there are 2 sites. One is on the very north end, the uplands, and it's partially in the on the property that's to the north also. It has it was very much degraded, and from what DHR says, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to build around because it was in such bad shape and there were no human remains found on it. There's another one down just about in the river. It probably is also in the river, down near the point. And we would not be affecting that at all. And
these are middens?
Those are middens. They're in the master site file in Tallahassee.
The what?
The master site file for archaeological sites in Tallahassee. So those are the only 2 that are registered on that property.
Madam Chair, I got one more change. You may want to look on that particular map. On the northwest of this property is an island. That island is included in this parcel. 3/4 of that island is included in this parcel. As you can see there, the river used to go around that particular island in the 1950s. The Army Corps of Engineers dredged it straight. So it used to be all one property before the Army Corps of Engineers dredged it straight for commercial use. So that island is included in this particular, 3/4 of this island is included. If you take that top line over there and went straight across, the top portion of the island belongs to we call Riverbend North property, which is 110 acres to the north.
Okay.
Now, this property doesn't have Redneck Beach on it though, does it?
No, the property to the north is where
North
Redneck
is where
Beach
that
is.
is. Okay, I was just curious.
Yes.
I have a question.
Very good answer there. Yes.
I have a question,
Yep.
general question.
Yes.
With the research facility, what type of research is planned for that?
Well, how about if we bring up Barbara Shelley? Deborah Shelley, I'm sorry, excuse me. Barbara Howell and Deborah Shelley. And she's the Vice President of the Aquatic Preserve of Alliance of Central Florida. It's a nonprofit organization.
Good morning, Deborah Shelley, and actually I'm now the president of the Aquatic Reserve Alliance, but we do have the vice president here, Mr. Dean Barber. we work very closely. I'm also the former manager of the Wekiva Middle St. John's Aquatic Reserve. I was with Department of Environmental Protection for over 25 years. I am not retired. I am since repurposed as with the Citizen Support Group, which is the Aquatic Reserve Alliance of Central Florida. For many years, we have partnered with researchers doing research on the Wekiva River and the Middle St. John's. We partner with the St. John's River Water Management District, scientists doing turtle research, doing the submerged aquatic vegetation, eelgrass research, and typically the Aquatic Reserve provides support staff for researchers. The Aquatic Reserve has 4 boats, several canoes, several kayaks, and in addition to doing algae research, they have a partnership with many, many researchers. And the purpose of the Research and Education Center, the Freshwater Research and Education Center on the St. John's, is to continue that and to have a larger presence for the Aquatic Reserve to support any researchers who are interested in doing research on the St. John's River. So that's our goal. And we are committed to work with the city and the county on this really exciting project. So we appreciate your consideration of it as well.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding that?
Today's it's an eligibility question.
Thank you.
Thank you for your continued input.
Madam Chairman, I move for approval of this project.
Motion and a second.
I'll second.
Madam Chair, may I, before there's a roll call, one of the things I do want to mention, because I think it's important for the public to understand as well, we typically with Volusia Forever funds do not buy properties to develop buildings or other research facilities. However, with partnerships, it gives us a little more flexibility in terms of, I know our conservation lands ordinance on allowable uses aligns with the states. But since DeBerry is coming in as a partner, there's a way, and we've done this with the city of Deltona, where we have bought the preserve part of the property, and they have bought the uplands portion of the property in our partnership, which allows them to develop it for their uses. So they're paying for that portion. We're using Forever money to buy the preserve. So I think that's doable here as well. But I just thought for the public's knowledge, it's important to understand that Volusia Forever dollars would go to buy the preserve and conserve that area of the property that they plan to make passive.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah. So what was the acreage on the island, just to be sure, or at least how much was actually included? I just saw a couple different numbers, I thought. 5 acres.
Approximately 5 acres, Ms. Sherry said.
Thank
you. Any further discussion? Okay, we have a roll call, please.
Mary Ann Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application for your consideration is Lucas Nursery. This is generally in southern Volusia County, a fee simple application. It is within the Volusia Conservation Corridor target area and abuts Wiregrass Prairie Preserve, 160 acres in size, and staff score was a 10.
I have a question just for staff on this. The scoring sheet just says, environmentally sensitive, but I think the Excel spreadsheet has both environmentally sensitive and forest. But I only see one score sheet. I didn't know if when we have dual classifications, if we can have both scoring sheets to see how they score on both programs. But I think it's fine here just for the next round. I have a question on this one because I know we're close, and one of the categories where we said yes is species, and it is notable habitat, but based on the current state, I wonder how much is out there. My only concern is that nurseries, although less known, of a problem than with landfills are known to potentially have environmental impacts based on historic use. So I would just want to keep that in mind as we go through the ranking process.
That was also a concern of mine of what may have happened on the property in its current use.
Is there still a lot of tree inventory out there?
So that's our understanding. It was in palm tree production, and there still is a number of palm trees out on the property.
And they're willing to sell the palm trees along with it?
We have no indication that they're looking to remove them prior to the sale.
Do we want to get into the tree production growing business, or is the restoration concerns me a little bit on this property? And there's a value there if there's a lot of trees there, but if it's only value if somebody wants them.
The goal of this property, if we were to acquire it, would be restoration. So many of the palm trees would probably be removed and the upland areas would be restored to upland communities.
So you're looking at quite a bit to restore this property then, aren't you?
Yes.
Question, no pine plantations though, right?
No
That's
pine
not
plantations.
restoration. That's just another row crop.
No pine plantations, but pine trees would likely be planted to restore some communities.
Could you build a wiregrass prairie out there?
That would be after further assessment when we get into a thorough review of the property and a management plan is developed, then we can really fine tune the type of areas that we can do that.
And the management plan in prior conversations would be based on the state of Florida recommendations?
Well, management plans are developed in-house and with partnerships with the partners if we have them. All parties would sign off on that. These plans are science-based and they would mirror many of our current management plans that we're using now.
Any further questions, discussion?
This property, did I see, it's in the St. John's River 5-year? I'm sorry.
Yes, the current, the last approved 5-year plan it was included in. I will tell you that they're in the process of adopting a new map as well. So it may change, but at this point in time it is.
And it's part of the conservation corridor.
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, we have a roll call, please.
Marianne Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gow,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Madam Chair, I was wondering if we could
5-minute break.
pause for a 5-minute break. That's-
Good call.
We take a 5-minute break, please?
Thank you.
There's restrooms in this door. Or a restroom.
I'm glad you said that.
I was going to say 11 o'clock, it's time.
Everybody's hurting it.
Doing good. No, but I think we're doing well.
Sorry, it takes so long.
Yes, sir. Hi. Yes, sir.
We've been patient for about 20 years.
Mhm. Oh, we're so glad you came. You are eligible. The next step is that the eligible properties get a more extensive review. So that site visits, analysis, I think we, yeah, I think we will probably look forward to that. But we'll also, they'll look at some of the, some of the wetland conditions, things like that are part of, um, is this something, one, that brings value to the
My daughter had to go out to Des Moines, Iowa for a National Hog meeting, and it was -12. That kid grew up in Florida. She never even saw single digits before. I can't even remember double digits negative. Well, yeah, but see, I lived on the lake and it never froze, so it always stayed 32 up there. Yeah.
Waiting for the coffee pot to heat up again.
Hey, tell Sharon the other night when she couldn't make the farm bureau meeting. When she was going back, she was just sitting on a phone. She had her camera on. So we were kind of watching her pace around at the ground.
She started popping up. Yes, sir. I'll tell her. I said, you know, your camera was on.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was hoping she didn't put her, I was afraid she was gonna put her phone in her blouse while she was feeding or something.
Well, it would have been entertaining for you guys, yeah.
It's a pretty bad wreck.
Well, it must have been a fatality because they closed it. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only reason they closed the roads is for Hey, Tim, if they bring that
Hey, Jill.
Okay, we're going to resume. We're now recording once again. This is the Volusia Forever Committee. We are now on item 12.
Yes, item 12 before you is a Mullins property. As you can see, it's 31 individual parcels that are connected. If it was applied for a fee simple acquisition, the staff score, our judgment was it met 6 of the 19 criteria. It's 155 acres within the Volusia Conservation Corridor. And of course, it's a tax deed acquisition.
And so Brad, this, if I'm understanding what this property is, this is an old plat that, I mean, that's what it looks like to me, is that these are a lot of small lots created at some time in the past.
Correct, and they have been individually bought by this owner at tax deed sales over the years to come up with this contiguous piece that does not have access. I think it's important.
Okay. Questions? Wanda?
Number 4, will the acquisition further a project begun under previous or existing governmental land acquisition programs? The small lots that we see that are in conservation, are those, and again, I'm not asking you to defend, so to speak, you're giving that a no, but I just happened to notice that we've got some small lots in there. Was that part of the Volusia Forever Small Lot Acquisition Program?
It was not. So, and we have, if you remember, we have 9 antiquated subdivisions that we've targeted for our small lot acquisition program, and these are outside of those antiquated subdivisions.
Okay, so what are these? Are we not furthering a conservation program if we expand on these areas? Do we know what those conservation lots are?
So I had done some light research into those parcels, and they appear to be just small parcels that the county picked up at tax deed sales. But I don't really know any background beyond that.
So tax deed sales, meaning our county small lot acquisition program?
Well, I need to research that answer further to.
Madam Chair, I think what I'm understanding, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the gentleman that's applied for selling these in this forever acquisition picked them up at tax deed sale. Is that correct? It's not the county. It didn't cheat to the county, and the county's saying it because the county would be in ownership right now. But there's a gentleman who picked these up at tax deed sale that's put these together and is offering them under forever. Is that correct?
That is correct. Maybe there's some confusion on whether we're talking about the application parcels or the adjacent parcels.
Okay, I'm looking at the ones, so the ones that are green on here are part of the larger parcel?
So we'd have to do some more research on that. We see that, well, I see what you're saying. Those ones that are in green already are ones that are outside. So they're carve outs. He's not trying to sell those to us. They're already in conservation. We'd have to see how we got them. I will tell you there's some history in terms of the Water Management District giving us some mitigation dollars to buy small lots outside of the small lot program. So this may be some of those, but we'd have to do some research on that.
Okay. I was just, because this has got 6, I'm just looking at where the no's are and wondering if we can get them to 10, and I want to, do what we can to get there, but just had some questions on that.
I have a question. Did staff visit this? Since it's not accessible, didn't someone go look at it?
We tried to access it, but the instructions that we got is that we had to go to one house and get on a tractor and be driven to another piece of property and get on a front end loader to access the property. So that's how we know that there's no access.
Gotcha.
One question, isn't there some St. John's property between 44 and Deep Creek that we manage by agreement? Or is it farther to the west off the map?
I believe it's further to the west. You can, I believe on the aerial, see the shaded portion. I believe that that's it. It may not be. But our conservation coverage includes everything that we manage. So if it was managed by us, it would be
Okay.
in this conservation coverage.
I'm right that we do manage some St. John's property, though. It comes down from 44 south towards,
Yes.
just nod your head, Nick. Okay, okay, that's fine. You don't have to get up.
Just,
Okay, but it's, I thought it might border up on that, but it doesn't, obviously, so.
just a question that I have. Well, I guess two. One, from a function standpoint, the parcel map is a little confusing. I don't know if for the next round, can we put like dashes when there's internal squares that aren't included or something?
Yes.
Thank you. And then my question was, they're not listed as having contemplated a conservation easement. I didn't know if we wanted to put it out there for them that I think they would meet that criteria if they wanted to come back for the second round for an easement review.
There was no way I could give this 10 points. I just, no matter how liberal I was, I couldn't come up with it.
Yeah, part of my question was, is part of this, it looks like part of this is under the Florida Forever goals. And I didn't know how generous they were when a piece of property fell within, but not the whole property. Are they very quick to jump in on those, or does that not happen very quick?
So so if you look on your fifth map, what's those land acquisition programs, Mullins, on the slide, it said it was part of the Volusia Conservation Corridor.
Yeah.
But if you see on slide 5, it's a very small, like half of 2 parcels are in the corridor. That would not be considered the project area. The entire, all of the 160 acres would not be considered a project area by Forever, just because it's got a very little bit in it. And that's why we answered no to this question, where we have answered yes in other ones where it's been part of the corridor. We didn't feel that it had a large enough. Now, if it was half, then maybe that would be another answer on the staff's judgment, but just a small sliver didn't get there for us.
Is there an acreage, Brad, in the wildlife corridor? Is there, can you say an acreage or not? Not really?
So, I'm sorry, are you asking the acreage for part of this application?
You just said part of it is in the wildlife corridor, but it's a very small amount. I was just curious to know if you had an acreage amount that's in there.
So it looks like on my map here that this is in the wildlife corridor. It's in priority 1, the entire parcel. So all of the 155 acres in priority 1 of the Ecological Greenways Network, which also known as the wildlife corridor. However, in order to qualify for that wildlife corridor funding, it needs to meet 2 criteria. It needs to be in a project area and in a wildlife corridor area. What we're saying here is this one only has a very small portion in a project area. So Florida Forever may say to us, we'll help you buy these 2 small parcels at the top. So that's the.
Thank you.
And then the 2 critical habitat maps, one of them says no natural communities on site. And then there's a second one that puts critical habitat in the priority 1. It's that one.
When you talking about critical habitat for this FNAI? Yes.
Yeah, there's, the first one, there's no natural communities on site. And then there's a second critical habitat that puts the entire parcel into priority 1. And I'm just trying to rectify the two.
So I will say, and Danielle is trying to fill me in here, is that we had some issues at the beginning in terms of the critical habitat identification from FNAI. And so I think this was in the original categorization that they have, but we drilled down farther in terms of critical habitat. We'll have to revisit this one without getting in the weeds.
Okay, okay, all right. I want to give, every property, every opportunity, and that's why I'm asking the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I know you had mentioned it seems like not too much, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy to at least nominate those top 2 if we can get, some kind of matching or mostly paid for funds. If that's, like you said, it's part of the Florida Forever on those top 2, although I mean, this is right, in the center of the almost exact center of the county here. So, it's obviously useful to have eventually. But yeah, it's hard to get to the number needed for all of them. So yeah, I wish this were possible to just do the easement as well, or, the lesser criteria one. But I guess we have to ask the applicant on that, and they're not here, I guess. But I think I had another question. I just saw that, this appears to be almost entirely, if not entirely, the resource corridor. And I know I bring this up, and I'm not going to sidetrack too much, but I am still concerned about something I found out last year, where the county actually just rezoned resource corridor away from resource corridor, basically. And I was upset about that, and still trying to get some answers, and we'll be submitting some more comments on that outside of these meetings. But basically, I'm just making that a comment, I guess, that resource corridor, it's supposed to be that you're not supposed to build on more than 20% of the land, but people have been doing more and actually just getting rezonings without even having public hearings. And I think that's a bad practice. I hope that changes, and I'll again bring that to the attention of staff outside of these meetings shortly. So just want to make that comment.
Okay. Any other discussion on this property, this application? Okay. I have a motion.
I move to deny this property eligibility.
Second? Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Marianne Connors,
No?
Steve Crump,
Yes. We're voting to deny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get it? I got it wrong, didn't I? I'm voting yes to deny.
For the spreadsheet, is it easier if we say no?
Yes. It's easier for the spreadsheet.
Say no.
But
May I change my motion? I'd like to, I move to accept this as eligible.
Yes, there you go.
How about that?
No.
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Beezer, John Gamble,
New.
Jessica Gao,
No.
Derek LaMontagne,
No, unless we can separate the parcels.
Derek Orberg,
No.
Suzanne Shiver,
No.
Wanda Van Dam.
No.
Okay. Thank you for that change. I think it's good process. Okay. Item 13.
So item 13 will be on your screen in a second here. This is the Volusia Groves and Cattle application. This is roughly in western Volusia County, near the city of DeLand. Fee simple application, 128 acres in size. It's not within a target acquisition area. It does abut a regulatory conservation easement. A couple of things I'll add here. Number one is that the applicant provided us with an access easement to the property, so it is accessible. And number two, the city of DeLand has said that they are interested in entering a management agreement with Volusia Forever to manage the passive recreation and overall management of the property.
How much have they offered? Have they offered to go in and try to buy it with us?
There has not been an offer to contribute cash towards the acquisition.
Because they sure are paving everything up. I was very impressed to see this parcel. I'm very familiar with it. It is absolutely beautiful piece. It's uplands, it's around people. It's exactly what we should be requiring, what cities should be requiring of developers when they go in and do the, as you can see from the photo, everything around there is being developed. And there are also, anywhere else you see, there will soon be houses. The land does not know how to say no. And to be able to acquire this property would be, I think, a phenomenal piece, but I would also hope that the land would contribute some too.
I would also ask, does DeLand even have the staff to manage wildlands? I mean, they do city parks and stuff like that, but I mean, this is, I'd hate to see this stripped down and become just city park.
I can't answer the question regarding DeLand staffing, but I do want to make the committee aware that if the council approved acquisition of this property, the Volusia Forever program would work out a management agreement with the city of DeLand that would require that it be maintained in accordance with the Volusia Forever foundational criteria, that it be managed in a natural state that allows some passive recreational activity. So they would have to figure out a way to.
And bring forth the management plan. Correct. So.
And most of the land in this area have been going between $50,000 and $80,000 an acre. So I don't know what that means for this property, but when the appraisal process happens, if it should make it, but it's very interesting anyway.
I think it's a green space in an area of the city.
Well, it is, but where I have a problem with is that the city of DeLand does very poorly in their land development regulations. I'm sorry if anybody from DeLand is here, but your actions speak for yourself. But I hate to see Volusia Forever become the green space requirement for all these developers in all the other cities.
Agreed.
You know, I think fortunately the county has done a much better job with their land development regulations than the cities have. And certainly some cities do a better job than others, but I am very cautious about setting precedents here where we do provide the green space when the cities don't require it.
No, I think that's a strong point. I was referencing what I would consider a very special benefit to the city.
Unless the city partners with us on this piece, I would have a hard time moving it to the A level. That's just my opinion.
And I have a question that tends to go to that. I see the access is by the Howell Falls Drive, which looks like it's stripped out and graded for a subdivision. I'm just wondering if between the existing conservation easements, there's a way to connect it straight out to Martin Luther King instead of going through an entire subdivision to get to the Forever site.
So the access easement that the owner supplied is from Martin Luther King.
Okay. Great. And then who holds the existing conservation easement? Is that just the open space conservation easement for the subdivision, the water management district?
I'm afraid I don't have that information.
Comment? I have a question. Are these streets developed already? Roads that are on the map?
The internal subdivision roads are under construction at this time. Martin Luther King is in use.
Well, now I see why you said what you said with forever purchasing land for basically when the city won't, and development right there. I just better understand what you said. I'm not familiar with this property, so.
It's a beautiful piece of property. All that land was beautiful out there. It was full of pines and live oaks rolling. Now it's been flattened like all the other development, 40-foot lots, 50-foot lots. Pack them in there and see where they go. So certainly there is a big demand for green space out there. There's a big demand for parks. Unfortunately, that's not in, it appears, and I could be wrong and I hate to misspeak, but it appears that DeLand doesn't really require that much anymore. They used to. Years ago when the original Arvida project was put in out there, which is now part of Victoria, which is, further to the south, there were a lot of the natural habitat was preserved, wetlands were preserved. You go through part of the original Victoria Gardens, it's absolutely gorgeous. The new projects look like you're riding through a commercial industrial park, because basically all you see are the garages sticking out, because the double car garage would barely fit on a lot. And then you walk along the side to get back to the house. And I know years ago, the DeLand Parks and Recreation showed a beautiful map of what they had proposed to along there, some of the green space and open space when they first put Victoria or Arvida in. And it was very nice. Unfortunately, different administrations have come in and they don't require what they used to require. And it's really kind of sad. And that's why you hear a lot of uproar among citizens of DeLand on their growth regulations on what's going on right now.
So right now, we don't know whether those conservation easements that we're seeing there on the immediate west, we don't know if those are city-owned conservation easements. Are they what they put forth as a green space when the property was developed? Do we know what that is?
Where are you talking about?
On the ecological link? See the map with the conservation easement to the west?
Map number 3.
I believe that a lot of those were preserved. You're talking about along Martin Luther King? Yes, those were preserved. And at one time they showed that going all the way up to Lake Winnimisset and tying all that in, but that's not what's happening today. But yes, the original project had a lot of green space to it.
Yep.
And we hope those are preserved. Again, I hope it's preserved.
Yep.
I'd like to say real quick, one of the things we do when we fund projects is we can steer development away from environmentally sensitive areas, regardless of whether they're in the cities or in highly developed areas. That's still, it's still a possibility. So one of the things I noticed looking at this property, I've never been there, was that it had a scrub jay habitat. That's kind of rare to still have that. So that's notable, in my opinion, that it has this habitat and has not yet been developed. Now, it ticked enough boxes on my chart to be eligible, but I don't know if it's affordable.
Well, luckily that's not what we need to deal with today, but.
And
but
yeah,
it's-
I would move that that it is eligible for consideration.
Motion and second?
Second.
Oh, sorry, Derek.
Marion Connors.
I'm sorry, Derek has one more.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Some more
Derek.
comments, if that's okay. Just to score a technical question, but that middle center lake, it shows like we would own half of it, or, Volusia Forever would be buying half of it. So would we have to manage half a lake or something if there's like, algae growth or something in there? I mean, would the subdivision on the other half also have to chip in? Or I'm curious when, we split something like that, if, that's kind of, who's taking responsibility for that. Same with the two little lakes, maybe on the north west side of this.
So that's a great point. And I think that would be something that we would need to address in the management agreement with the city.
Because right now are the lakes somehow already kind of under, water bodies to some extent, I know, obviously if they're navigable, they're like already kind of publicly, in the public domain. But, a lake is not, I mean, it's whatever the property, little outline covers, right? Is that how it's currently under Florida law? I guess that if it is drawn over this, then I guess you're saying the city kind of has some say now?
Well,
or
the owner,
the owner? I mean?
the owners. I'm going to say it goes to the owners.
Okay, so there'd be two owners of the lake, I guess. So, I don't know, just talking about it out loud if anyone knows or has any other information, just curious. But yeah, this is also obviously just a comment. That's the highest staff score so far out of all our properties. So, I mean, it is obviously looks very beautiful. So, well, hopefully it's not too expensive.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Marion Connor,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber.
Yes, but I have to say, I feel like I'm voting for this setting up development. I'm seriously, when you look at the map, I vote yes, but it's a little discouraging at the same time.
Wanda Van Dam,
Okay. Next item. Item 14.
Yes, ma'am. So the next item is RAD. If we could advance the slide for me.
Let me interrupt you 1 second, Brad. This is, Chair, this is my second cousin. We are related, but I have no vested interest in her business or her property. But I want to go ahead and disclose that up front.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crump. So this is the RAD property located in De Leon Springs. It's 110 acres and the owner is proposing a fee simple acquisition. It is not in a target area and no conservation property adjacent. However, it does abut Lake Dias Park on the north side, I believe. So their staff judgment was that it meets 11 of the criteria.
Brad, I have a question. I just don't remember. What was the funding source for the park acquisition? Do we know?
I will tell you, so we went, I don't know the source, but it was not, so we did buy some parks with the 86 environmentally sensitive lands program. And we didn't, I believe, with Forever, but it was neither of those. I did have our GIS person go back. So I think it may have been a general fund purchase, but it was not any of the voter approved referenda to purchase the park.
I can speak to that. Our family donated the park to the county many, many years ago.
Okay. Because I remember the hearing, but I can't remember.
It was a long time, long time before me.
40s or 50s, I believe.
They could no longer control it. There was already public access. So to get it off of their backs, they gave it to the county and put it on the county's burden to control the people.
I actually do remember this hearing. I just couldn't remember, as I say, a funding that went with it. So
Steve, this property has the Lake Diaz outfall towards the creek, right?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it runs through it. So
It drains to Hawk Creek.
I've hunted on this property before, so back when it was leased. So.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, if you hunted on some Strawn property, you were illegal.
No, Stanley Blackwelder had the lease on it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. We paid for it. So. It's a nice piece of property.
Yeah. That's what Stanley told you anyway, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw the paperwork. Could have been forged, I guess, so.
So just for clarification, parkland, even under these circumstances, is not considered?
We did not.
Does not.
And here's the thing, conservation land is defined in state statute and by a local ordinance, which is passive recreation only. So this allows active recreation. So in the staff's mind and judgment, that would not be conservation. Even though it's publicly owned, the use is different.
Okay.
But I will tell you, staff went back and forth over that. So if you want to, this was one of our biggest discussions, and you will see it come up later as well.
In this case, it's not a deciding factor, but I was just curious, when you look at the property, it looks like it would be more of a passive recreation type. So, okay.
It is shown as being in the environmental core overlay? Yes, okay.
Is there much uplands at all to this piece? There's just what, a little bit on the south and a tad on the north?
I'll defer to Nick because they actually did a site visit on this one.
Okay.
Yes, we did a site visit on this property, and there is a minimal amount of uplands on the southern end of the property. The rest of it is primarily bottomland or wetland.
You know, this would be where if we had the 1 foot contours laid over instead of your funky LiDAR exhibits, we could actually see where it slopes up, you know. So next go around, if you could get rid of the black and white and either go to color or go to 1 foot contour lines, it'd be fantastic.
You can see the division on the aerial too, looking at the colors of the trees.
The cypress break.
One more quick question. This property, is it in the DeLeon Springs Basin? Or, because I know it reaches 211, but I don't know if it includes under Dice.
We can't, I can't speak to that at this point in time. I think every property that we look at is in a basin, whether it's in the DeLeon Basin or another basin. That's something I can't answer at this time, but we certainly can have Ginger. I know she's listening, and come after lunch and let us know.
Just a question that doesn't necessarily relate to eligibility because I think we're okay there. But so that we're prepared for the next meeting. The connection between the existing park and the southern piece, is it actually accessible? I just see that there's a cutoff where kind of State Road 11 cuts through there. I didn't know if passive trails could be established between the park and the southern piece on the west side.
So we had talked about this at the staff level. It'd have to be an elevated boardwalk.
Okay.
Because there's an outfall or at there.
Got it.
Any further comment, discussion? Can I get a motion, please?
I'll move that we find this property eligible.
Second? Second with Mr. Feaster. Roll call, please.
Marianne Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gow,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Okay. 15, Webster Creek Development.
The next application for your consideration is Webster Creek Development located in southeastern Volusia County. It's proposed as a fee simple acquisition, 103 acres in size. It is within the Indian River Lagoon Blueway. It abuts regulatory easement associated with Mitigation Bank, and there is a property owner's representative here to speak for the property if you have any questions.
Okay. Does the representative wish to speak? And I'll ask you when you're done if you would file a paper, please.
No problem. Travis Dever. I do represent the owners on this property. I just wanted to be here to answer questions for you, give you a little insight about this property. The neighboring property owners for years have always wanted to see this not developed of any sort, not turned into mitigation bank, not, they wanted it protected. There's been this, not a battle, but there's been a discussion about this for a long time. The owner, this was an opportunity, we thought, for the owner to turn this property over and conserve it. There was also talks years ago of how the mitigation banks maybe would disrupt this property with hydroblasting and all sorts of different things that really nobody was in favor of, but it's just finding the use for the property. It is zoned RC. There is an ability, there is a bridge, there is access. So there is the possibility of somebody putting residency on this property. So there is a lot of options here, but I think the owner, the neighbors, the city of New Smyrna, I did speak with the mayor, did not provide me the written letter, but he is obviously they're in favor of seeing this property conserved. So with that said, we're happy to answer any questions, but I think staff has most of it taken care of. So.
Thank you. Well, this is another one of those, I'm not clear that the development potential is here. This seems to be another submerged area. Is that?
Yeah, how much is this jurisdictional? I mean, a lot of this is bottom land. Unless they have a Spanish deed, they don't own a lot of that land. It's state land.
So the questions were about uplands versus wetlands. Certainly there is significant wetlands on the property. The owner's representative spoke to a bridge access to an upland piece. I can't speak to the development potential of that upland piece, but there is uplands on the western side. Now, I believe the access runs through a condominium or some type of an apartment complex to get there. We have not researched that access easement. That's another question that I anticipate will be asked.
I was going to ask, is that a public road through that apartment or condominium complex, or is that a private road?
Would you like me to answer? Yes. So this owner always had an access easement through that property. When that property was developed, which is the Ocean Walk condos, there was an easement to the beach for this property. So in the agreement, when that development was started, they had to give him the rights to the property as well. They didn't cut his access off because he actually owned the access to the beach that then was purchased by the Ocean Walk condominiums. And in return, they gave him access to his property to retain that piece. So there is access, and he did have an engineered bridge built to that island in the rear. So it's fully accessible. Yep.
Discussion. Anything?
We should have had Deborah Shelley come up. She used to be the aquatic manager for Mosquito Lagoon Aquatic Preserve. She would have known whether this is all state or not.
I guess my question would be, I don't know that it could be state. I mean, this property has been privately owned for 40 years. We just had a recent survey done on it. So I know he did the mitigation bank on the back side of this, on the west side, which was privately held as well. He merged that with another property to do a mitigation bank. So I believe this is privately held, and the uplands are available.
But all that water is the state's.
Sure, the
right?
waterways.
And all the land underneath it.
Yep, the waterway is correct.
Yeah.
Yep, I understand what you're saying.
Up to mean high water. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'd like to make a comment.
Derek?
I just wanted to say I appreciate that this application is here because I like to see land being nominated from all over the county. So that includes the beachside area. And I know it's obviously very aquatic, but again, I just don't want to discourage anyone else for like the next round, if they're listening, to please nominate, it's better to nominate more parcels than to not, and just consider it. And I think, this is the same kind of deal with, the marsh that we talked about earlier, which, might never be developed. But this, again, if definitely if people want it, I hope we can at least, consider it. And it does appear to meet the criteria. So, I mean, I think eligible is the first step, and whether, which list it's on is another question, obviously. But I think it's for sure worthy. And there's some very strange shapes on some of these, but that's to be expected with these inlets. So just thank you again for the application.
And if anybody's ever had a chance to see this parcel and get out there and paddleboard and fish, it's something that you don't normally see probably coming here. It is absolutely spectacular, and it's a highly trafficked area by a lot of the residents in the Bethune area. So the fishing, the wildlife, I mean, the pure, that it's a saltwater area. I mean, these are a little different than probably like what Derek was saying, that you don't see these all the time. So it's a pretty special piece. It's pretty neat, and we'd love to see if we can do something.
The 40% that was already designated for conservation in the, how was that designated? How'd that come about?
It was somewhere back in the 90s. I wasn't even aware of it, but the owner in the 90s had made a deal with the state to conserve parts of this. I don't know the history, the back history on that, but yeah, part of it was brought in, and staff brought that actually to my attention because we didn't see it on some of our maps.
It's, I'm having trouble fitting this into what I think that the program envisioned. I'm not sure functionally what the public gets from this. I'm concerned by the access, particularly if it's coming through a developed area. The interest in that population, having the public come through.
Yeah, I think this property touches other, if you go further south down through Angelfish, Blue, there's other I think there's easy possibilities for other access points. This was just the original access point because it connected to the beach. So that's why they never changed that access point. But this property runs all the way down on that southeastern side. It touches quite a bit of property there and touches quite a bit of roadways, which of right of ways there. So those would be county right of ways at the end of those streets.
I'm not sure if I've understood the map holding what it looks to me from the map with existing conservation lands. Is there a donut hole? Is there a parcel in the middle here that is not included in the application?
Let me give me one second.
Sure.
And so am I understanding correctly that if this were purchased, we would be purchasing land that's already in conservation as well as land that is not? I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, this application does not include any of the portions of the conservation easements that you see.
So you're seeing what's available that's not in the conservation. So there is actually quite a, do they have that map? The existing conservation lands map, if you could look at that one.
Exactly.
So you can actually see the totality of it on that map. This map that we have up here is the pieces that are not in conservation. So if you look at this map, you can get an idea of how large it actually is in totality.
So that's exactly the map you can help me with.
Yep.
Looking at that map, below the red hatched area, is all of that area included in this application because the boundaries are just confusing to
Yep.
look at.
Yep.
And I didn't know whether there
Because
was
it comes all the way to the west and surrounds that whole piece as well. Just a different parcel number.
There's a big triangular piece that's not
Yeah.
included.
Okay. We'll get clarification on that triangle piece. I'm pretty sure it's part of it though.
Sure. Can you see this map?
Yeah.
This piece right here.
Yeah,
Is that an open spot in the middle of this?
I don't believe there's an open spot in the middle. No.
And then down below.
Did staff visit this?
No, we did not visit this property. I think if.
I would say we didn't visit it, but we did actually, so we worked with the applicant because some of the portion of what they had submitted was part of the other conservation easement. So they amended their submittal to include the property that is currently not under a conservation easement. So what they're proposing for purchase is currently not under a conservation easement.
That's the 70 acres.
Right. Correct.
Yeah, if for some reason this map just was missing one, we can always fix that
Correct.
in the next step. Yeah, I mean, I want to make sure we get what, the main gist of it appears to be a good project, in my opinion.
So I got a question.
No, that's what we're here
and
to,
it's,
that's what we're here for.
What we would be connecting to here is an easement, a conservation easement. And I'll just pose it, it's not for you to answer today, but is a conservation easement even a potential? So that you have basically a like condition in terms of what the property is.
I mean, I don't want to speak out of line for the owners. I would check with them, but I would think that as long as, as long as he kind of could financially do what he's looking to do and you turn it into conservation, be partner, whatever fits the partnership, I'm sure he's open to. He's tried for years to come up with solutions to make this a viable site for either conservation or private use. So I think he's pretty open-minded to hear whatever works.
Well, I guess I could see that it might be worth a further look. I'm not sure.
Sure.
I just
I'm
want
not
to say
sure.
that this was on my list too for site review for me personally. It was one of the ones that I just had a lot of questions about.
I can imagine. It's a little different than the norm.
Well, and it ties in with some of the same issues we were talking about with Bulow. I mean, it just, what is it that we're looking at and what value is it bringing forward?
But I do want to point out, just because something goes on list B does not mean it cannot be, it can be purchased. So when we vote for these, we're voting and they're on the list. They could be purchased. I'm just pointing that out.
The council can move them from B to A. Is that correct?
They could go from B to A,
Mhm.
but they sometimes, perhaps B becomes available before something on A. There's all types of scenarios I just want to point out. I literally asked Russ this earlier, and just because it's on list B doesn't mean it can never be purchased. I know that the statement was made that if it's on list B, that it's a dead property. Well, I don't view it that way. If it's on list B, that's list B. That's not on the list at all. So.
I see your point. Things can rise up.
Things happen.
Any other discussion?
I've got the same concerns. What I'm looking at, the one map that kind of stuck with me is the fact that it is a Florida Forever project and it is in the Indian River Lagoon Byway. So I'm hoping that this is one that Florida Forever would take a very active participation in. But I understand what you're saying about what is the function of this property to the residents of the county. So
If we vote today, this is on possible purchase, but is there any, I mean, we kind of discussed this earlier, I believe. Is there any possibility of staff going for an easement, or would it need to be resubmitted for easement? I believe I probably had that answer, but I'm reconfirming this again.
I think it would have to be submitted that way. I mean, that's the applicant's option. And I was just suggesting it because of the adjacency connections, that it raises at least a potential. So, but I don't think we can do anything today other than, like I said, straight up and down eligible.
I guess I have a follow-up question on that then. I see where if it doesn't qualify for fee simple, they would have to reapply for a conservation easement determination. But if we're approving it as eligible for fee simple and then in negotiations, county staff decides an easement is more appropriate and the seller is willing, do we need to recertify that, or is it just in the converse?
I don't know. Russ, we need.
So that's a great question. I don't know if the resolution actually speaks to that, Jessica. That's a great question. But if it is, I think the way I generally understand the process, if you approve it here today as eligible, regardless of the type of acquisition, and that acquisition types changes after that determination, I think staff could negotiate that, but at some point I would expect that staff would bring it back, brief you, make sure you're good with that recommendation before it goes up to council for final approval. That would be my suggestion, but I don't think the resolution actually speaks to that. I think you're right. Does that make sense? So at some point you would get the ability to say, yeah, we concur with that or don't before it goes to council.
Right. I would think if we're approving it for fees, and I guess there are pros and cons of fee simple versus an easement that we'd want to consider, but I would think if we approve buying it outright, we'd probably be okay with the easement, but that's for consideration.
I've got one more question for the gentleman there. The Ocean Walk condos, back to the access, I hate to bug you.
Yeah.
Ocean Walk condos, is that a gated community?
So it is gated. However, we have a code, we have access, and we have a gate on this property as well. That we have combo codes for.
Right. So it's public access would be nearly impossible to allow through that, your primary entrance.
So I don't know that they fully thought that out when they did their development. We have access. We have a legal access no matter who's coming and going. We have.
But that may not transfer.
They can't take our access
Access is
away.
by kayak.
No, we drive right to the gate. I mean, we drive my truck back here. Yeah.
I guess the question is can that access be conveyed to the public? And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I don't know how it couldn't. We have a legal access.
Well, I think, so access easements generally, when you provide an access easement, they're giving it to an individual property owner who, has a few cars a day, maybe back and forth. I guess the question would be, does the county foresee any issues? And I think there's a solution through, like you said, angelfish, bluefish, all of the other.
I think you could use a right of way down here as well for other access points for kayaking and things of that nature. We did, my family sold a lake we had to the city of New Smyrna that they did this similar thing with to provide access to the lake through the Thermal Creek.
Right, so I think that is the solution, but I do think there's a question on whether the scope of the access easement contemplates public and going.
I just want to point out, we have 3 questions that are not answered at all on here. And I feel like they're pretty significant questions for us to be voting on this. The public access question, Exotic. I don't know how you're going to maintain that.
Also understand, these are salt marshes. These flood completely at fall and spring high tides. So there may be a little bit of upland out here someplace, but where you see all those old dragline mosquito ditches, and that's what those are, that are all carved up through there, those were all to stop mosquito production. So that's all wetlands.
I understand.
So there is no going to be any development out there.
The public right of way is a pretty big question, I think, to me. I mean, I don't see how.
I can understand the question. I don't know how we would lose our legal access to a property. It's been there for forever. And I don't know that there's a way that somebody can take that away. I could be wrong, definitely not an attorney, but for this sake of this meeting, we do have legal access. We've always had legal access. If we did move forward, which I would hope we would, we could get further into that and talk maybe to the county council and see.
I just had a comment. I think I understood from staff when I asked them this before, but if we approve it as eligible now, which I mean, I think it minimally meets it at least, that next time we're deciding if it's on A or B later, but also potentially, I mean, if for whatever reason you guys, everyone wants to change their mind, it could be A or B or off the list later. I mean, potentially. I mean, I don't think it will, but I think that's true, right? I mean, we can vote it off. I mean, even just voting yes now doesn't mean it has to be A or has to be B even. So if you're worried about that because you have more questions, that's my understanding. I just want to clarify that.
Well, so at any time now, you're just voting for eligibility. Later on, you can determine whether it's A or B. There is a process in the resolution that talks about category B properties that if they, I think it's after 2 cycles, you can make a recommendation to the county if it comes off. Ms. Shabern, I just went over that. I think that's the right terminology. Basically, as far as the process itself is always inherent, as we talked about, Mr. LaMontagne, to Robert's rules, that at any point, if some facts change or for some reason there was a motion for reconsideration or to say something else, then we could obviously address that if the facts have changed. That would be my general answer. But in typical fashion, unless facts have changed, then a property wouldn't come off the eligibility list necessarily.
My thought is, I don't think I'm going to vote favorably for this property. It's right on the bubble. I've got an access issue that I can't get resolved today, but perhaps in the April cycle, maybe in the next time, this could come back up. We could address some of those things.
I'd also like to see it come back as an easement if possible, which was brought up here, instead of like to get past a couple of things, maybe, like you said, access and then possibly the easement if that were a possibility.
We can talk to the ownership about the easement, but the access, I don't really have an argument for that. We have access, so.
I understand, but we're also going off of staff's list here, and I don't know what to say because it's not yet. The answer wasn't yes.
What would you want to do with access? I mean, what are people thinking about? Would you want a parking lot out there? Because there's not much ground out there. I mean, you could drive out, but you don't want the public out there. I mean, it's all salt marsh.
Yeah, these islands are used for camping and kayaking and fishing. Yeah, that's what people do. It's
you don't want
a lot of people back there, but
well, it does show on the map that the bridge ends up, the little road that goes back in there ends up on a little Cabbage Palm Island there.
There used to be a structure on that island. It's about a 3-acre island. That's actually where a residency is planned. So
I don't know that we want to have a 50-car parking lot back there on that 3 acres.
No, but I don't think you want public back there either, because then you got to manage, you got to have garbage cans, you got to have all the good stuff. I wouldn't, it's just
too hard to manage.
Yeah. And if you just want to put in a kayak ramp, there's a bunch of those on the lagoon, so it's, you don't need another one. So, I don't know. I wouldn't put the public out there.
I have a question for staff. So I just want to know for management purposes, and again, maybe I should already know this, but I think that obviously the applicant and the owner, if they're willing to sell it either as easement or, hypothetically as as the easement, if it's, that's to be negotiated monetarily later, our financial. But the question is hypothetically, if they said, hey, we'll sell it, either one, same price, like either as an easement or as fee simple, which would be better for us? Because if it's as easement and it like connects with all those other easement zonings, then somehow that's like easier to manage. But if we like own it outright, then somehow that's this little island of ownership when all this other stuff is not ours. Like, would it actually be better for us if it's the same price either way and they're willing to sell it? And would we want to choose just the easement, or we'd want to choose fee simple and then own it in total?
So so if we buy an easement, we're essentially buying development rights. Typically, when we buy an easement, the property owner will not give us rights for the public to access their property because they retain ownership and the liability if someone was to come on their property. So we are conserving it in perpetuity and buying the development rights. If we buy it fee simple, then we are conserving it in perpetuity, but also have control over the property, and the public will be able to access it as a county-owned parcel.
Yeah, so then I guess it goes to Suzanne, everyone's point that the access is key to making that differentiation. And I mean, again, it depends on all those things. I'm for seeing it move forward in some manner, but that's just my opinion.
I heard what you said about the marsh, but the question 19 is the percentage of uplands, water bodies, or wetlands requiring restoration minimal, and the answer was no.
I think it's telling us we got some high hurdles on this in terms of looking at it for unclear. It seems unclear in terms of public use other than to stop the development activity. I mean, I'm not sure I see another purpose.
Well, I also want to point out that there's conservation easements that were accepted on the other properties. 40%. There was a conservation easement accepted. So.
It was probably a development agreement.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yes. That wasn't through the county.
No, those are regulatory easements.
Yeah.
They're part of the permitting process.
They probably damaged some wetlands or something and had to.
There's a mitigation bank.
It was had something probably to do with the mitigation bank, I would think. Yeah, there's been no development out there ever.
I guess my question for right now is, do we have a question on whether it is not eligible for a category that staff has said it is, or are we just, again, discussing priorities? I just want to know where the general committee is at on approach.
Just ask that again.
On the eligibility review, I wanted to know if there was a criteria that's in question that staff has said yes and we think no. I don't see that, or if we're discussing priority.
It was the access was my question.
I'm saying, I think.
The public road access.
Right. And from the aerials, I don't know if we can get this confirmed. I think we can with the view. It touches the other platted right of ways. It doesn't touch. There's a gap. Okay. I'm getting a nod.
Madam Chairman, move this along. I would approve a move to add this as an eligible property.
I'll second that.
Motion and second.
Marion Connors,
No.
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Feaser,
No.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek Lamontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam,
All right. Thank you.
That was a tough one.
Can I just make a comment that I think, if it's possible, since this property is very similar to the one we just voted on, the one, I think that was number 6, up in the northeast part of the county, has a lot of marshy land. If possible, I'd like to change my vote on that to no, but if it doesn't matter really, because I was already yeses, but I had hesitation on that, and it seems we hesitate on this one for, maybe the same, seem like the same kind of property, so
I just want to reiterate, I'm really uncomfortable voting on a couple of these properties without seeing them. I cannot reiterate that enough.
I agree, that's helpful as well, if we can do that, but.
I actually don't like voting at all, but if I abstain, I guess that's a no vote. So I don't know what I'm doing. I'm voting, but I'm just making that very clear that I don't like voting without seeing these.
Okay. And application 16 has been withdrawn and will return in the next cycle.
So the next application for your consideration is the Pravat property. This is a fee simple application. We are in the northwest portion of Volusia County. It's not within an acquisition target area, but it does abut the Crescent Lake Conservation Area, 75 acres in size, and this staff score was a 10.
Question, I see that there was an old fernery on there that looks like that it's no longer in production. So there would be a lot of cleanup on this property should we acquire it then, is that correct?
But we did visit the property. There is an old fernery out there. There's an underground irrigation system on a portion of it. There is telephone pole, guy wire, and shade cover on portions of it. Yes, there'd be some work to do.
Tim, since you visited that one, it says it has a Florida Exotic Pest Council, invasive species. Must be a lot of them. Is there a limited?
So we did vote no on question 18. Am I understanding your question correctly?
So is there limited invasive exotic plant coverage? So no, there is not limited invasive exotic plant coverage. Or is it that fern left over?
Yeah, no, so the fern is a non-native, but it is not a class 1 exotic. But there was, our team went out there. I think that there was air potato and other, there was a decent amount of other category 1 invasives on the property.
What is the status of the Crescent Lake Conservation Area? Who owns that, or?
It's the St. Johns River Water Management District.
So this application is right on the cusp as well. And I think if I'm seeing correctly, kind of what's saving it is the tiny portion of the 100-year floodplain. in the corners of the site. Is that correct?
I thought it was the first property I saw with recharge. I mean, that seemed.
I say it does have medium.
I think this was the first one that really ticked that box.
It was high and dry.
Yeah.
What's this map here? I just do want to say, while I'm searching for the actual question, when staff got together and reviewed these properties as a group, when in doubt, we tended to defer towards the application. So some of these areas have marginal coverage and answer the question, less substantially than others, but we still try to give the applicant the benefit of the doubt and to put this in front of the committee for consideration.
Is there any indication that the district would have an interest in this property because it would extend their holding?
So we had a number of conversations with the St. Johns River Water Management District. And as Brad mentioned earlier, they are reassessing their 5-year plan. They're exploring options for additional acquisition funds, but their acquisition account is fairly limited. And when I emailed their representative about this property, I did not get a positive response back.
Because I mean, that's, again, it's a connectivity benefit. If it has a value, it would seem to be, tied to the district holding and should ultimately be part of the district management plan for that holding. It's not where, I don't look at it as something where we would have an independent interest in this. That's my thought.
Yeah, given its location, it just seems like this is something that the St. Johns River Water Management District should be interested in, but that's to be further investigated, I'm assuming.
Yes, and I'm hesitant to ever speak for another entity.
Yeah.
But when we discussed it, there wasn't a lot of positive momentum on their side to pursue any acquisition here.
For either helping with the acquisition or management, or did the discussion not really specify?
We focused on acquisition dollars during those
Okay.
conversations.
Okay.
Looking at this in scale, the St. John's holding is substantial in comparison. So they may have a full plate. I don't know.
On the application, all three are checked. Or the nomination form, sorry, environmentally sensitive, working forest and farmlands, and small lot acquisition are all.
Yeah, we had gone back to the property owner to clear that up, and they asked that it be submitted as the fee simple that you see today.
I think I'm torn here just because we know the fernery operation may have some questions on environmental impact, which is fine, and we've had that elsewhere. I think the floodplain is very, very minor, but that balances with it being high and dry and for storage. And so I'm torn on this site. But I think I'm probably more likely to defer to staff to figure that out if it's on the cusp.
Well, and I will just give you an insight into our deliberations as staff is, if it was in the 100-year floodplain, we did not want to say no, even if it is a very small sliver like you're looking at and not significant, it still was on the property. And so we didn't want to get in here and into this situation and say, well, we didn't think it was significant enough, so we didn't give it to them. But this is good conversation to have because it is a very small portion.
That's why it's at the low ranking.
And that water, is that a natural low area or was that something that excavated for I mean, because when I look up on a Google map and try to zoom in, I don't even see any water there. I think it's one of those old sand ponds that may or may not have water in it from time to time.
Yeah, my impression is they're seasonal out there. There's a lot of percolation in this area.
Right.
And, but it was not constructed, if that's.
I know when I went through these and kind of judged them myself, I didn't take that into account. I mean, I see why you put it in there and it's important probably that you do, but to me, it's kind of an isolated sand pond more than what I consider as a functional wetland. And when I did that, it kind of kicked it off my schedule and took me off. I could see that property with a conservation easement on it where they could continue agriculture, but for that to be maintained by county staff next to the, you know, or whoever maintains it, just a restoration would be very, I think, rather expensive.
Any comment?
Just a question, staff, you might not know this, or I apologize if it was somehow already answered. What is the little box that's not part of the property? That's a house or something? Is that in the center, right along Duncan Road there? That's just.
Yes. Yeah. My recollection is you're correct in your assessment that there was a portion with a house on it that was excluded. I'm trying to find the aerial to confirm that, but we had conversations with the owners about that. He felt he should exclude it because it didn't really fit the program, but they were selling land, so they would be open to selling the property if the county was interested. However, the county's typically not interested in structures.
But that's the same owner, you're saying? Is that?
Yes.
And they didn't just recently cut that out. I mean, that's been like that for a while, I guess, is that, as far as you know. Not that it mattered. I mean, I think it has value, you know, obviously the part that's in the floodplain and, you know, connected is valuable, but I'm just wondering if that's, you know, if that's helpful, if other people nominating, if they, you know, obviously break up their parcels sometimes, that is helpful, I guess, but it seemed like it should have been one big rectangle. I just, you know, don't know why that part was not part of it, I guess, if it's the same owner.
On the public access right-of-way map, you can see what looks like a building on that.
Yeah.
I got one quick question, Tim, Brad. Under management, is the size, access, and location of the property appropriate for cost-effective management, or will it be managed by others? You checked yes. I put on my tally no. But can you explain how it's cost-effective, or is there somebody else managing it?
Yeah, under our discussions, we envisioned that the water management district would want this because of the adjacency to their other holdings. So they would be the manager ultimately.
So we would buy it, they would manage it.
Well,
I've got no commitment from them to buy it. They were not just lukewarm, they were cold water.
Yes, and I've got to return to my previous statement. We tried to be as objective as we could when we were reviewing these applications and presenting them to you. So we did not dismiss an application because of the potential end manager.
And I will add to Steve that the management district's posture with our conversations is that they will only acquire or take on management going forward of things that are adjacent to properties they already own. So they've said that to us as well.
And when you say manage it, what about the restoration? Who would be responsible for tearing out the irrigation, the fernery structures, the regrading, the soil mitigation to make sure there's no bin laid or soil contamination from the fernery? Who's responsible for that?
So I'm just speculating here, but I think it would be Volusia forever.
That's what I'm afraid.
The district's not going to take on a property that requires any, I don't want to speak for them, so I want to be careful here, but you know, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't take on a property from another entity that requires remediation or restoration rather.
So I would argue, nor should we take one on for an agency that is the adjacent. And if it has, again, if it has value, it's to that adjacent owner. It's not us, so. Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chairman, I would move for approval to add this to the list.
Second,
Second.
roll call, please.
Marion Connor,
No?
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
No.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
No.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
No.
Suzanne Schreiber,
No.
Wanda Van Dam.
Lunch? Okay. If it's all right, you want to take a break for lunch?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sure you're the applicant for 18? All right, can we do 18 and then we'll break for lunch? Thank you.
All right, so 18 is a Sternstein property. As the gentleman spoke at the beginning, they're requesting a fee simple acquisition. Our staff score, the best judgment was that it met 10 of the criteria without having a site visit. 74 acres. It is in the Indian River Lagoon Blueway, which is a Florida Forever project area, and it abuts Canaveral National Seashore. I will say that we had reached out to the seashore, and we have gotten no response. So we did take the initiative to try to see if this was in their optimal boundary, but we haven't heard back at this point.
Did Tim tell you that the National Wildlife Refuge has money? They've been doing all the other property acquisition around the Indian River Lagoon and stuff. So they're the people to talk to on the Fed side, and they manage that property for them, for Canaveral. Canaveral doesn't come over there. That's all Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge. So they're the folks to talk to. And I would bet that they'd be interested in purchases.
Just a question, Bill's Hill Road? Is that the road that, I'm trying to remember, what was the road that we used to go down to watch launches?
Well, there's 2 points of access. There's River Road, which has paved access. In
From the
fact, we have a
north?
gate and an entry that goes down that eastern side right there at the curve.
Mhm.
And then Bill's Hill comes back on the backside, and I believe it touches it in 2 points. But there's definite access from Bill's Hill as well.
We're not picking it up on the map, but I'm just curious as to what, it looks like the access would be off Halifax, is that correct?
I believe it's called River Road.
River Road comes down,
Comes down and
More
turns
south
to the
than
right.
Halifax is an east-west.
Yeah. Okay, it's continuous road to me. It's been for years. Didn't realize it changed names there.
Okay. Discussion.
Yes, the question, anything between the shoreline and then I see all the little squares, and I assume that's where they dug to keep the mosquitoes away, or the marsh. Is there any, I see some kind of a trail or something going along down through there. Is it walkable or is it high enough that?
It's walkable. In fact, we had a developer down there that was interested, but with mitigation and everything, they backed out on the application to purchase. Because there was just too much to do with the mosquito ditches. It's walkable down the entire backside from Bill's Hill. Those 2 western pieces you see, and then on the eastern side, about halfway down, there's a good little piece right out in the middle there. It's about 1.5 acres, 2 acres. It's beautiful. My father tried for years to get something done with this. He got Army Corps of Engineers to let him push a little access road in there from the beginning. and he intended to split it into 4 tracts for each of the children in the family. And he just ran into so many headaches and problems with mosquito control. Mosquito control eventually quit taking care of it. We were running around chasing locks being cut on and off the thing for years. And I don't, quite frankly, know what, I think they just abandoned it. This is from what I've been told.
So in the zoning map, I'm showing the strip directly on the river as conservation.
I don't know that you've probably got more access to information than I have. I was told my entire life as a child, we had riparian rights. And then they came in, I know in my father's final years back, I want to say 2007 or 8, they came in and started putting all these easements for people to come in and put shellfish. And he's like, wait, you're trampling all over my riparian rights. So every time he turned around to try to get answers, he didn't get answers. In fact, even as a listing this with real estate broker for the last 8 years, which was my niece or cousin rather, we've even had answers that, they go down there to talk to the people in Oak Hill as to what can we do with this property to build a house on it, or, we determined there was probably going to be just one buyer to use it for hunting and fishing and get access. And they go, oh, you don't want that. It's all underwater. It's worthless. So every time we turn around, we're up against loggerheads to find anybody to help us. And I'm at the point where, I moved here 20 years ago to try to develop this property.
So I'm going to ask you, how much is underwater?
Well, let's put it this way. It wasn't underwater until the state of Florida put it underwater.
What's that mean?
They dug the ditches. It was beautiful before the ditches were dug.
Did staff visit this property?
I'm sorry?
Asking if staff paid a visit to this property?
We did not.
Question for you, sir.
Sure.
Have you been there during a launch?
Yes.
Show? Is it a nice view?
It's absolutely gorgeous. It's the best view on the entire river.
I think
We have 2 properties on the river, and I can say that for a fact. We also own 298 H.H. Birch Road, the campground there. This was one of the properties that my grandfather was instrumental in getting back in the 50s. Yeah, he owned a lot of property on the river. And one of the things that we wanted to do, and quite frankly, with SpaceX and its current production, I can't see why the county wouldn't want to take this and develop a launch site to view all these beautiful launches. They come up on the backside of depending on where you are on the property, there's an island out in the lagoon. And it is directly behind the island. So that entire island and just horizon lights up as the rocket launches off. And then as soon as it gets airborne, it's immediately above the island. It's a beautiful view. We have trouble getting on the property during launches, quite frankly, because the line is for miles, all the way from US 1, people going through and through that.
Just stop on US 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I try to get there early and take our access.
I mean, that's a kind of a benefit for, the public, obviously. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. And yeah, I like where it is. Again, just these ones that are on the coast, I think are valuable to protect in some manner. And, again, there's, I think it's a good deal. And I feel sorry that the state of Florida dug those ditches. That's hopefully we don't do things like that anymore. But I know 50 years from now, we'll probably look back at this time and say, like, why are we doing all these other things? At least, but not here in this county anymore, hopefully, but other parts of Florida. So again, thank you for that. And I like this property, so I hope it gets passed.
John, you were speculating. Again, we're looking at what's adjacent, who owns it, what's the condition?
Yeah, the state never dug any ditches. So if they were dug either by Brevard County or Volusia County mosquito folks. Brevard did a lot over the county line they were under contract with NASA when they were putting in the Space Center. So some of that stuff was done way back in then. They wouldn't have done a project if it wouldn't have been jurisdictional. At that time, before 1972, you could go out and dig up the salt marsh as much as you wanted to, no permit required. Because they thought it was wasteland. And that all changed in 1972. Then you needed a permit to do it. And all of a sudden, salt marsh became very valuable. So that's why you see things dug up as much as they are in Volusia County. It's just a little history. I don't know that particular area along there. That was done way, way before my time. So, and I don't know. I know for the fact is that area is really low. So it's very similar to the last property we looked at. It's got a lot of jurisdictional property that you're not going to be able to do anything with, and that sort of thing. I'm not for, me personally, I don't like buying things that are already protected by other jurisdictions. So I don't think we ought to spend money to protect something that's already protected. That's just my view. He's got a little uplands to that. I really think if he waltzes down to the National Wildlife Refuge and says, I'm interested in selling my parcel, it adjoins your north property line, I think they might be interested. So it's along the lagoon, has protection. They've bought property over on the backside of the Indian River side. And they did that not too many years ago. So I just, that's what I know about it. We have a big canal that comes in on the south side of Bill's Hill that dumps into a lagoon that's south of this on Canaveral property, and it cleans it before it goes out to the lagoon. But this one, I just don't. To me, it'd be hard for our staff to manage something like this, where it is and everything like that. And I guess we could help National Wildlife Refuge with it, but I really don't think it's really fits a lot of the goals that we have. So.
On the land acquisition program map, it looks like it has both St. John's and Florida Forever. Do we know where they are in terms of this
So
parcel?
we had a conversation with St. John's and brought a map with some of them. So there was not a stated interest in this property, but certainly it has a large portion of the Forever project area. So it may be one that we could take to Florida Forever as a partner.
Yeah, I do hope it gets purchased one way or another, but just a quick question on the access for the Canaveral seashore and is the public allowed to go there? I'm sorry, I don't know that all that area if it is bought by them at this.
Some of it's accessible, and
Some of it's not, right? So I just want to make sure that this would be a nice viewing spot. It's one of the benefits and can market it as that. But if one of these other partners takes it and for some reason we lose that, then that's a negative, obviously. But please, make sure we're reaching out to those. And really just, I'm not sure, this is a segue a little bit, but generally, I think last time I checked, the Florida Forever list, are we able to nominate to the Florida Forever list as like a county if we kind of ask our county, council people perhaps, or individually, obviously, but because, I know the legislature is trying to consider, funding Florida Forever, or, it's called that, different names, maybe a land acquisition, basically, whether it be corridors or that. And just whenever I look, I see like other areas of other counties trying to, get on the list of, when money comes around that, we get purchased. So I just want to know what we would have to do, maybe we as public, if nothing else, this is a question for staff, obviously, but if, what would have to happen for land to get on the Florida Forever list. And if that's outside your, expertise and knowledge, then that's okay. I can look that up, I guess.
So we have 6 project areas, Florida Forever project areas within our county, which is on the higher end for counties around the state to have 6 project areas. One is the Volusia Conservation Corridor, which we know is very large. So what will happen is if we get applications in those project areas, our goal will be to take those to Florida Forever. Now, will it on the staff level require some discretion in terms of, are we going to take 14 applications to them at one time? Probably not. There will be a need for us to say, these are the target projects that we need to champion and find a legislative champion for and have a very high ecological significance. So yes, we have a process, and what you're doing today is part of the process of getting us there to be able to take projects to Florida Forever.
Okay, thank you.
Can you address question 16? I just noticed that archaeological site historical resources. I had that in my notes.
Yes, so again, this is from the Division of Historical Resources master file, as you heard the lady with Resicar speak. So there are, according to the state file, historical resources on this property.
Just north of this property is an old shell mound that's historical, I don't know if it's Oak Hill or there's a park. It's a federal park, right?
Yes. Right, Turtle Mound?
Seminole Rest?
Seminole Rest. That's in Oak Hill.
Yes, that's what this is. I have done work on your neighbor's orange grove just to the west of you. I think of the salt marshes I've seen today, I like this one the best.
Separate question. Does it need to be considered eligible for Volusia Forever to be a partner? If some other agency were to come to us and say, we would like your partnership, does it need to have been determined eligible for that funding to be involved?
Yes.
Okay.
I understand that you keep referring to the state records, but so everyone knows, I did request but did not receive back the county historical recordings for these properties that had historic checked because I wanted to know more. I received a reply that it would take a few days and I didn't get it in time. The reason I didn't get it in time is I was still reviewing the last of the properties and I was trying to wait to submit them all. But obviously some of them were on there, but I'm waiting to see, like I was just curious. I understand, and I did call and ask about how these were recorded, where you were getting it from, and you said state level. I'm, for future reference, wanting our historic properties that are submitted to be recorded with the county. That would only make sense to me. And I don't know if these are or aren't, but I was hoping to get that back in time, but didn't.
So as a point of clarification, so the property is not historic per se, but it has a identified historic site on it. And so the map that we look at, and we'd be happy to share with you. I mean, it's a public record. The state has asked us not to share publicly because we don't want people treasure hunting. So it has dots as to where there's an identified historic site on the property.
So we're nominating treasure then, right? No, just worth acquiring.
I'm looking at this as it's on the St. Johns River 5-year acquisition plan. It's a Florida Forever project. It abuts the Canaveral National Seashore. It's part of the Indian River Lagoon Byway. So I would agree of the marsh areas that we've looked at, this one is probably one that I'm leaning the most toward voting for acceptance.
In that case, I'd like to move for approval of this project.
Second?
We have a motion and a second.
I just want to point out, we have 4 questions not answered on here too.
Roll call, please.
Marianne Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 12:51. We will take a short break.
Yes, Madam Chair, just a reminder, go to lunch, just have fun, talk to each other, just not about business before the board. That's
No
all I wanted to
business.
say.
Okay. Thank you
So
so much.
lunch will be served downstairs in the training room. We have assorted sandwiches that are labeled so you can select what you would like, as well as beverages. So we'll be downstairs for 30 minutes. If you want to.
We'll return at 1:25. It is 1:29, and this is the Volusia Forever Land Acquisition Committee resuming deliberations. Start with property 19.
So the next application for your consideration is the Wisniewski property. This application came in, we have it shown as fee simple here. They did check the box for a conservation easement also on their application. It is 68.5 acres in size. It's not within a target conservation area, but it abuts Clark Bay Conservation Area. And staff has scored this a 9.
A question that I had on this is, staff has marked that it is not appropriate for trails. Does Clark Bay just not have a trail system that connects through here?
Yes. We had a difficult time trying to envision a linkage for a trail system out here. Trails were something that we had a lot of discussion on as staff. Yeah, and really on this one, it's, you know, it's defined by that wetland on the eastern side there. That really is prohibitive. We had a lot of talk about that, though.
What is the current use of the property? I honestly just couldn't tell from the application.
So my recollection is it had a little bit of a timber project on it, but it was largely just undeveloped land.
Okay. And it mentions being under stewardship with USDA, and I didn't know what that meant.
So USDA has a couple of agricultural programs where they work with landowners on an agricultural product. It's for stewardship. So he has been working with the federal government on his timber stand out here.
Is that an official status, or is it just mean I participate and use these standards in terms of what I do?
Yeah, it's participate is the best way to describe it. It's essentially guidance, not anything.
It's not like a certification as such. I guess that was my question. How official did that mean, or just I use these practices and that's?
I believe it's the latter.
Okay.
Public access. Is that road that goes out there, is that private or public? Somebody look at that? Because a bunch of those roads out there are private.
We did, and it's our belief that it is private.
Okay, so there is not public access.
Right.
Okay. No, it's private. It's a private road. Yeah, but it's.
Russ, you want to take that?
So prescriptive rights can be established by the county based on some Florida statutes. And then there's, I think what you're also getting at, whether there's almost an adverse possession by a private landowner for access by necessity to their property. So what I'm hearing described here is it's actually a private road. The county has not had any or exercised any ownership or control over it based on any prescriptive rights. I think that's what I'm hearing. So it would be, doesn't sound like it's a public roadway to me.
Excuse me, the Clark Bay Conservation Area belongs to whom?
Water Management District.
Water Management.
Because they have indicated both programs here, if we have a motion for one and it fails, would we do another motion for the easement review?
I'm sorry, Ms. Cal, what would you say?
Because this property has noted it could be fee simple or an easement, process wise, would you like us to vote on fee simple? And if it fails, then we vote on the easement?
I think given that it meets only 9 of the criteria, it would not be eligible for fee simple. So if any vote that we would take or roll call would be for the conservation, for the CE.
So if we would like to give the landowner the opportunity to do this under fee simple or conservation easement, we would need to find that it meets 10 criteria.
I thought they said it was only fee simple only now.
No, They
No, they
checked
tick
both
both.
easement and fee
I
simple.
saw they checked both.
And being next to the Clark Bay Conservation Area, that does not further an acquisition program started by another group.
No, we answered affirmative to that question when it was in a target acquisition area. So like
Okay.
the Florida Forever project boundary.
Okay, and so since this is next to, it's not directly abutting, you put a no by that one.
It's not within the boundary.
Tim, the answer to does the property have public right of way is yes on our paperwork,
Yeah,
but the answer is no, really?
we were just discussing that, and we're trying to recall the conversation that took place at the staff level. When we went out and looked at it, there was a number of roads out there that are private, and we believe this is a private road. So we were just trying to huddle up real quick here and walk through how we actually arrived at affirmative for that.
Now, I'll add, we had this discussion and we actually investigated it, but that's why I've asked Nick to get Danielle and Kelly Stewart, who's our map person who helped us investigate this. So I'm assuming that if we put yes there, that there was a conversation and confirmation that there was some sort of public access or right of way or management agreement with the county. So we'll get Kelly to work on that, but this was one of the first ones we did, trying to remember that conversation, but we did investigate it.
Okay, the road layer that Public Works maintains is the federal, county, municipal roads, and it has private that have emergency management for storms and things like that, and then ones that don't. So when you look at that, you need to know what you're looking at to know whether it's, emergency management or emergency, maintenance is not something that is day to day. So that's only in the event of declared storms and things like that. So be very careful when you look at that. And if you look at that layer that the guys up on the 4th floor maintain, you'll know whether it's private or whether it's county just by looking at it. So.
Well, another thing is, depending on that answer, if the answer is actually no, that takes it down another number below.
Absolutely.
So I am familiar with that. We had that situation in Flagler, and we went through our list after every hurricane, figured out which ones were regularly maintained, accepted for maintenance, and which ones were for emergency.
It's a little complicated sometimes.
Well, and Flagler is even different than Volusia in terms of what it accepts for public maintenance. So my subdivision crosses both.
No comment.
So I think, I guess it would be a matter of what our understanding is of public access. I think of that as a road dedicated to the public. So that's my thought, because then I know it's maintained. And I think that's kind of a threshold issue in terms of public access.
So on number 17, is the size, access, and location of the property appropriate for cost-effective management, or will it be managed by others? And there's a no. Is being next to the Clark Bay Conservation Area and St. John's doing management on that? Are we not thinking that they might be interested in doing management on this, or why else did that get a no? At 69 acres, which looks like it's not too disturbed. I'm just curious.
Yes, looking at the location of this property compared with the Clark Bay Conservation Area, you'll notice on the east side, there's a rather large wetland, which kind of fragments this property management-wise from the Clark Bay Conservation Area. So as far as getting equipment in to do any kind of management, this is almost a separate parcel to get to.
Okay.
It's not a continuous boundary that we can manage across right there.
Okay, so looking at the aerial, you're saying that that dark green fringe, so to speak, is going to make it difficult to access this parcel or these 3 parcels from the Clark Bay?
Well, actually, it's the wider, dark grayish area. This is the wetland, but
Dark
yes.
green area, yeah, okay. All right.
It had said, I had written down that, and I don't know where I read this, but I've written a note, there was a small amount of disturbed land. What was that what we're relating to? Because it didn't really say.
Yes, in the application, it mentions a acre and a half pond that has been dug on the property for fishing purposes. And that would be where the disturbed area is. Thank you.
There's a structure on the property. There's a structure on the property by the pond. When you pull it up on Google Maps, it looks like there's a little island and a dock and a structure out there on it.
So we didn't physically see the structure there. We didn't go into that portion of the property. I can't comment if there's something there.
A general question pertaining to structures. If we vote yes here today, but these properties ended up having structures at some, in inspections and staff didn't see all the properties either, or necessarily all portions, I'm going to assume, Russ, that would be a significant finding that could possibly change a vote later. And I bring this up because we're talking about a structure now possibly being on this. Forever, they're not wanting to purchase lands necessarily with structures on them.
I'm not aware of something in the resolution, Ms. Shiver, that says we can't. I know it's for conservation purposes. I don't think that having a structure on it is a disqualifying condition. I think it would just be at the pleasure of the board, how you see it. And as we go through the acquisition process, if that's deemed to be acquired with title surveying, assessments out there, what the end condition after acquisition, like if we decided to take it down or something like that. I think that could be a decision later on is what I'm saying. I don't think that's a disqualifying condition from what I've seen in the resolutions.
The pond that I'm looking at on the aerial, it's square. Okay.
That raises I know it was more of a comment, but that raises a question for me. As we're on the 9 threshold, if this property was eligible and it was purchased management wise, would we like to get rid of the pond? Or is there some recreational value in the pond?
Anytime we have a disturbed natural habitat during the operational planning phase, we take all that into consideration to see if it's a viable functioning wetland as it is, the recreational opportunities, or if it needs to be fully restored, but that takes place in the management plan and operational planning session.
Okay, the results are in. Marshview Drive is emergency maintenance, not normal, regular maintenance. And Marshview Court is also private. So it's essentially a private road that during declared events, we help them with their trees down and clear it up.
Okay.
That came from Art.
I think with this adjacency issue, again, I'd be looking to the district. If it has value as an adjacent property, it would be as part of the district's management of its lands. I don't see an independent or separate value in terms of the county.
And to that end, again, we would need it to be at least on one of the lists, maybe the B, for it to at least be talking to the water management district. Or, I mean, I guess they can just do stuff.
I think the applicant can
Yeah.
feel free.
Yeah, there's a lot of cypress, that whole trail on the right-hand side. I mean, it's just a little bit actually on this property, but it's a nice corridor of cypress trees, it looks like there.
Any further questions, discussion? Is there a motion?
I move we approve as eligible this property.
Second.
Motion and a second, roll call, please.
Mary Ann Connors,
No.
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Fieser,
No.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
No.
Derek LaMontagne,
It's yes, but for the easement, but I guess that's one of them, so yes.
Derek Orberg,
No.
Suzanne Schreiber,
No.
Wanda Van Dam.
Yes.
Okay. Number 20, Baker Property.
Yes, number 20 is the Baker property, and they've applied for either a fee simple or conservation easement purchase. The staff score for this property was 10. It's 41 acres. It's not in an acquisition target area, but it does, so, and we just found a mistake here. It doesn't abut Clark Bay.
There we go.
It's Deep Creek. So
There
it's
we go.
across the street from Deep Creek Preserve. 415 separates this from Deep Creek. I believe it would touch corners if 415 was not there.
You're talking this property?
Baker?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think you're a long way from 415. Just saying.
Osteen, oh, I'm sorry, Osteen Maytown Road.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's along Deep Creek.
Yep. East side.
And this is just sort of a background question, but when I'm looking at Florida Forever project map, and the Volusia Conservation Corridor is there and crossing Maytown. Is there what can I say, a land use or zoning, something that would have kept it out? Is there a substantial difference? Because I'm just wondering if in fact that boundary is not quite as firm as this map might indicate. Could it be? I guess that's the question. Could it be part of the conservation corridor?
So we did a site visit to this property, and very similar in habitat to the rest of the corridor.
Because it looks that way in the aerial also, as opposed to what's then to the east of this property. Okay.
And in 2005, Deep Creek flooded that entire property, and the same amount on the other side as well. There's a huge amount of water that comes from 95 or 92, comes down through the big Deep Creek Basin. And it was across the road and it was filling every culvert that's down there trying to get south, so.
Okay, any further discussion? Jill?
Now, this is the property too, is kind of across the street from another piece that we considered earlier.
Correct. So this is, so if you look at the map, and that's what I was just looking back at. So the Deep Creek Reserve is directly what we have for a conservation easement from Dr. Davis before you that you voted in the affirmative is directly across the street.
And also the other piece that we've been told today will be coming in on the next round is the piece you see up there with the, the cleared field to the south. So while I'm not overly excited about this piece as a key to the whole picture, I could see it having some value. And I would therefore move to include it in the nomination. And then we can see where it falls later.
Great 100-year floodplain protection. Great use.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, just second, have a roll call, please.
Marianne Connors,
Yes?
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Yes.
Okay. Item 21, the Jordan property.
So the Jordan application is a application for fee simple acquisition. This is located in eastern Volusia County, 20 acres in size. It's on the east shoreline of the Intracoastal Waterway. It's not within a target acquisition area and there is no adjacent conservation property.
Okay, well, I'm familiar with this area. This is behind the shopping center, correct? And
No, it's just adjacent to the bridge.
So yes, you're thinking of Blossom Development, which is I believe the next one. So this is at the base of the South
I'm sorry, I did
Causeway,
flip the page.
South Causeway in New Smyrna.
I apologize. I was one ahead. You're correct. Is this more submerged land? I mean, is
A
that?
lot of it. Some spoil along the side there, but
This was, said it was zoned conservation by New Smyrna Beach, correct? That's what I had read, I believe. Say that, I mean, zoned conservation?
So there's no access and it would be very difficult to manage with it. You'd have to manage it by boat. How many boats do we have in our land acquisition fleet here?
Don't give them any ideas.
Questions,
We don't
discussion?
see, sorry, Ms. Schreiber, to answer your question, we didn't see where it was zoned, but we maybe,
I read it somewhere because I made myself a note and circled it, that it was zoned conservation by city.
That's what our zoning map in the packet shows too.
Is it?
Yeah. Mhm.
imagine all the salt marshes. Planner's got to put something on that.
The city zoning is conservation. That may be what you saw, Suzanne.
So which part is the island? So there's a spoil island that's,
The white looking area.
okay. What does spoil mean again, just for clarity?
See, Find used to pile up the spoil just on the edge of the salt marsh when they dredged the the channel. They can't do that anymore, so.
So it's filled with, I mean, vegetation, right? I mean,
Any further questions, discussion?
again, so to the east side, there's several different things going on there. I guess I need to zoom out, but so this gets submerged as well. I think on the submerged map, it shows everything to the east of it is submerged. Is that, I'm looking at the existing conservation map, it was like pink just to the right, but it is not as submerged. Is that true?
We can't, we're having a hard time hearing you.
I am so sorry. Yeah, I just had a question about if it's submerged or not based on the maps, but yeah, I guess, I mean, I like to see more of these just on our list because, again, it doesn't have to be we buy it or it has to be like even we buy it for a lot of money. I mean, you never know, maybe we can get a steal for some of these. That's why I like to see these, nominated at least on our P list, or, and again, if, Florida Forever or something else, Water Management District says, hey, we need this, it's good to have it. In my opinion, again, I'm not, you guys obviously vote however you want, but for this particular one too, I think, I guess, I don't know how I'd like to see how it's been over time, like if it's receding or not, if that makes sense, but it's hard to kind of know that. But that being said, again, just for the ability for us to have it considered, I think it's worth it. We don't have a whole lot. We, I guess, rejected one of those other ones on this coastal area, and I don't like that because I don't feel like it has to be the lands we nominate are just ones that like we have to really manage heavily or that we have to have super great access. Like sometimes, I mean, I like that we just have land that's just like not ever going to be developed or even try to put some marina or something on there. I mean, that would be a benefit in my view. I'm not just looking for land that you can walk around. I'm not looking for one that we need to like have a heavy management hand. Not that you guys, you follow the best management practices, but I'm one who advocates for fewer management practices myself. So I know it would be difficult for this, but I would say like, why can't we just leave it alone if we do end up getting it? And again, maybe we can get part of it at least. But again, I'd like people to nominate these coastal areas for various protections for our aquatic life in that area. I think we don't care enough about the shore and, dumping that happens in the Halifax and other things. We want to prevent that, or at least limit that by making sure we have some buffers that are, under our control, I guess, or at least in perpetuity. So that was my rant. Thank you for listening.
So I can relate to Derek's rant. Here's the problem. Like I see both sides of this issue. It's zoned for conservation, but I think it's been made apparently clear to all of us that almost anything can be developed. And while we may have less of these in our area, there are areas being developed across Florida that you never thought, or I never would have thought in a million years it would be developed. So I get his pain in wanting to protect something that looks like, no access and not developable. I would hope that the city of New Smyrna Beach sticks to their conservation zoning. I mean, truly, that would be painful if they didn't. And it's already been pointed out to us, the city of DeLand doesn't always make good choices. We have other cities at times that don't either. It's not just DeLand. So I don't know. I'm just piling on Derek's rant, that's all.
I guess I'm going to take comfort in the fact that I think it's almost self-preserving. It's submerged and everything to.
I've seen crazier things, but I agree with you. I'm trying to take comfort in that myself.
And given this location, it gets looked at a lot. So I guess I'm just going to take comfort that I think it sort of protects itself by virtue of being submerged.
But part of it is gopher tortoise habitat, so that would not be submerged unless
It
that.
wasn't all submerged, yeah.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that Bouchelle Island, which is across, I think it's Callista Creek right there, or in that area right there, that is actually man-made. I think that's a dredged landmass.
Correct.
So this doesn't qualify under conservation for us, but I can see how that could be manipulated at some point if dredging took place. I would have to say no on this based on the conditions in which we have to work with in front of us today, but it concerns me that we would be saying no in this case. I would have to say no based on our conditions, because I think that we have to have our consistency along with how we're voting right now.
Well, and one of the things you're going to find out too is if the county starts buying up these salt marsh parcels, people are going to, when they go up for taxes, or they're going to start picking them up because they can get some more money out of the county. Most of these have so much protection from the state and federal government that they could never do anything in an economical way. So, you know, you got to think about what's down the road. If you want to start getting into buying salt marsh, there's a lot of it out there, and there's a lot of people that have it. And boy, more people are going to say, hey, we can get some money out of the county by selling that to them. Because it usually goes up for taxes when people find out they can't develop it. So.
I did not have this property on my request for review because
Do you want to visit this?
No, that's what I just said, is it was not. But, you know, I had other salt marsh properties on my request for review because specific areas were possibly developable, talked about being developed. Not this property, though.
To the point that was made on, you know, I think it would be a good problem to have if more people said, hey, you know, let's sell you our salt marsh if the price is good. I mean, if they're willing to sell it for like, you know, pennies on the dollar, like we should acquire that while we can. I mean, you never know what the future will be. Well, maybe there'll be more sea level rise, so maybe there'll be less of this, but lots of things could happen. And I mean, it's not our job to guess how good a deal it will be, I don't think. I think it's just, is it ecologically valuable sometime in the future or now? And I think it is. And I think that's why we should be putting more of these on the list. So again, at least we're not making the final purchase by any means, but if, you know, the owner of any of these just says, hey, you know, I basically want to give it away. This is just my only way to do it. They can't officially donate. We'll give them, you know, the county, you know, financial department and the council ultimately will decide if it's worth the price. But I mean, I think it's our job to say it's just ecologically valuable. And you know.
So I'm
can't say
leaning
no.
towards voting no, but I do want to make it clear that salt marsh has value as far as water quality. And right now, we need better water quality in the county. And I'm not opposed to purchasing some salt marsh. I view it as being, as Derek is pointing out, that it's ecologically valuable. We do have we're fastly approaching 1,200 dead manatees, and I get where he's coming from. I understand. I struggle with this property less because of the zoning. I'm going to go back to that. I would hope that the City of New Smyrna Beach Commission would be wise in ever changing any zoning for development. I don't know what to say, but salt marsh does hold some value, and maybe it's just a thought. Maybe we're in this predicament that we're in with poor water quality for a whole slew of reasons, and that might be one of the reasons is because we have developed along the shorelines and caused a lot of our own problems.
Any further discussion, questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the Jordan property.
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call?
Marion Connors,
No.
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Feaser,
No.
John Gamble,
New.
Jessica Gao. No. Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
No.
Suzanne Schreiber,
No.
Wanda Van Dam.
No.
Now the Blossom Development.
Yes, so Blossom Development, this is in New Smyrna Beach behind the Public Shopping Center on 44. The applicant is proposing a fee simple acquisition of 19 acres. It is not in a target area and not adjacent to other conservation property. The staff score and judgment was that it scored a 6 and using our criteria.
Brad, did you or Tim do a site visit?
We did not for this one because it wasn't close.
This used to be a major homeless camp and maybe that's changed, but it was back 3 years ago. So, in fact, the city at one time wanted it cleaned out.
John, do you remember what the condition of Page Avenue was? Because I thought this was a parcel that actually blocked the road from going through.
It might have been. I know they wanted to put it through at one point, but
And
you
I
don't
think-
see the city.
And I think
involved
this
in-
was the reason, why, because we were looking at an extension of Page.
Yeah, they wanted it developed to get rid of those homeless people.
Okay. Any questions? Discussion? Is there a motion?
I move we approve this property eligible.
Second?
Second.
Motion and second, roll call?
Marianne Connors,
No?
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Feaser,
No.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
No.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes, no.
Derek Orberg,
No.
Suzanne Schreiber,
No, but I do have a question after our vote's over.
Wanda Van Dam.
No.
This property had yes checked for historical, I believe. I'm looking here. And this was near Sugar Mill Plantation.
That is correct. So it did have a historical site, I believe, on the southern part of the property closest to Sugar Mill Ruins.
Eastern part?
East, south, yes, eastern, thank you.
Can I ask who owns the Sugar Mill Ruins area property? Does staff happen to know, just out of curiosity? No?
We do not.
Okay.
Another quick question. So I noticed just on that one that like we did have the tax roll value, I guess, or the land value for this one. I don't think that was with all of them though, right? I mean, so that was provided by the applicant, I guess, but like, do you think, am I missing that or maybe I am? But this one, it did say that values, and I just want to have that information for all of them, I guess, if possible. I guess we can just look it up, I suppose, but it's interesting to know if that's not necessarily the value we would even pay though, right? I mean, obviously we can negotiate less, so just keep that in mind in case anyone's like, oh, it's not worth, this one was 120,000. I mean, I think it could be less and, but I don't know how much
The thing that was troubling to me is I had written down that it was zoned single-family residential, and yet there's historical, something, historical, and it was located near Sugar Mill Plantation. I wondered if whoever, because I don't know whoever owns Sugar Mill Plantation, because we've talked about some of these properties being desirable to others. But I guess that's neither here nor there. I just wondered if the property might be purchased by someone else that might find it significant to add to Sugar Mill.
You're talking the Sugar Mill Park off of Mission? Is that what you're talking about? It's a county park off of Mission Road that, yep. That's who owns that. Your county.
And also, I know we bring this up a lot, but, if the easement purchase checkbox were made, if the applicant wants to come back with that, I'd definitely vote yes for just that, since areas near the cities, I do want to protect as well.
Okay. All set? Okay.
All right, the next application for your consideration is Penland and Pomeranke. They applied for fee simple acquisition. It's not within any target areas. It does abut the Riverbend Nature Park, 18.6 acres in size, and the staff score was a 10.
Riverbend Park. Owned by City of New Smyrna, not New Smyrna, Ormond Beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is there any indication of interest?
So I reached out to Ormond Beach, and there's interest in them managing it, but they have not budgeted any money for the acquisition of this property.
Now, where is their park at in addition here?
Just to the south.
I don't know if you can see my map.
Okay,
So the maps.
to the northwest then.
Well,
I have a question. The maps that were submitted by staff only showed, I think it was Bear Creek running, just coming in a tiny bit in the corner. But I thought I saw by the applicant that Bear Creek runs through the whole property. So I was trying to figure out which was accurate. Does it run through the whole property or not really?
I see what you're saying. The map from Ormond Beach showing open space / conservation shows Bear Creek coming through and working its way out to the Tomoka.
It actually said that it meanders through the whole property, and then, but the other maps only showed it in like a corner, all of the staff map.
So
Yeah, I suspect that Bear Creek does go through the property. Regarding the staff maps, they're as good as the data that has gone into creating them.
I think if you look at the hydrology map, you can see where maybe it's a very low surface water, but the hydrology map does show the connection through the property up to the connecting point that mirrors the Ormond map.
if I remember correctly, also this is actually zoned for industrial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And which may be a reflection of the fact that one side is boundary is the railroad. And so a railroad tends to have that. So I like the idea of having the park with what seems a more natural boundary as opposed to what looks like an out parcel, you know, oriented towards another direction. That being said, I would think that there should be a partnership from the park owner.
This is just for the record, I believe this is near the golf course, which is owned by the city, which is no longer a golf course.
Oh, is that the one that's reverting, the River Oaks?
Well, there's actually two. One is, this one is one of them that's on the airport road, near the airport. That one's owned by the city. And the other one is not owned by the city. That is owned by a developer, but that golf course is owned by the city over there. I'm trying to, Riverbend Golf Course, isn't that the name, I believe? I was trying to think of the name of it. I believe that's it.
And you're right, I think I'm not sure which is which in my own mind in terms of the issues with, you know, reverter clauses and management clauses and who has the obligations in terms of.
It's just the city owns the golf course. That's all I was like trying to make a point. Yeah, and it's not a golf course right now. It's not being operated as a golf course.
So my comments on this would be, I have no problem putting this on the list. Now, I don't know that it would make my A list, but if the city of Ormond Beach said, you know what, we'd like to partner with you folks on this to expand our park, then I could see possibly gaining some traction with it. But having said that, I don't know that I can, you know, really support it as a standalone, but I would still move to go ahead and accept it as an eligible project.
Could there be a case where Ormond doesn't want us to take one of their industrial parcels off the tax rolls?
So if I may, the city of
They don't have
Ormond,
much industrial. So
the city of Ormond went through an identification process where they've identified parcels to submit to Volusia Forever. So this parcel was submitted by the landowner with the encouragement from the city of Ormond.
okay, super, perfect. Great answer.
Okay, any other questions, discussion?
The reason I brought up the golf course is the golf course is directly across the street and on the same side of the street as the park. We don't have that, I don't believe, on the map, but the other side of the opposite side of the park that this abuts is in the area of where the golf course goes on both sides of the road. So
And what does that mean to us? I didn't get that part.
it means it is not functioning as a golf course, and I don't know what the city plans to do with it in the future. I don't know if it's going to be developed. I have no idea what the city is going to do. But you're looking at purchasing land to extend a park, and I'm just simply pointing out that what abuts the park on the other side, that's all.
Okay, Suzanne, I think what you're saying is the city already owns additional park property across the street.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I got you. Derek?
Yeah, just to bring up again for anyone who may, missed earlier, it's a long meeting, obviously, you might only tune in for each individual thing, but Tomoka River is one of those rivers that is lacking the Basin Management Action Plan, the BMAP. It is impaired as of the 2008 studies by the state. So again, if we had the BMAP we're supposed to, it would be another, +1 on the criteria, I believe, for this area. So anything in the Tomoka Basin, this literally being right there for sure would help in that cleanup effort of our impaired waterway that really the state should be getting that BMAP out for. So just another reason I think we should support this and also push the state and other agencies like the Water Management District to get a BMAP so we kind of know which areas we should be protecting, because that's kind of one of the things it would tell us. So Thank you.
This was actually on one of the ones that I was requesting a site visit on. I had it marked for a site visit as well.
Well, I guess the question, what do you think does it stand alone for you as valuable as an expansion of the Riverbend Park?
So I agree with what he said. I don't know that it ranks really high on my list as a standalone. I like the idea of adding it to the other land, obviously, and I really like what Derek said. I didn't say this earlier, but we have this double whammy where we cannot get properties purchased on the Tomoka, but the lack of BMAP, it doesn't raise the bar, but yet we have polluted water because we are not doing a better job of purchasing land. So I'm leaning towards voting yes to add to the property, and because of the fact it's on the Tomoka. But I'm struggling with the fact that I don't think as a standalone it ranks up there. And I am admittedly concerned as a resident of Ormond as to what's going to happen to the property, the golf course property. I am. It's one of the reasons I brought it up, and it does touch the area of the opposite side of where I'm pretty sure that's what's on the other side there. So anyone who's not familiar, Ormond Beach is looking at extending their airport runway. And the only reason I bring this up is because the golf course that I'm referring to, which is across but near and on same side of the road as well, is also part of the airport property. So personally, I wanted a site visit property to kind of digest everything I'm telling to you in person. But based on exactly what he said, I would go along with what he said. I would tend to vote for it. I don't know that it would rank up on my A list, but I'd like to have a site visit to be able to really figure that out.
And again, just consider the alternative if we, maybe don't acquire it. If they put a big industrial thing there, that will be really close to the water, and you'd be losing that buffer. That's pretty useful at the moment at preventing, runoffs and other things from all the other stuff a little bit next to it there. So and we do meet the 10 at the moment, even Steph said so.
I see what you're saying. I think it's in the airport hazard zone, if I'm reading this correctly. So yeah, airport's across the street. Okay. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the Pinland and Palmer property as eligible.
I'll second that.
Motion and second, roll call?
Marianne Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Susan Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Yes.
Thank you. Number 24.
Number 24 before you is Coach Plaza. This is in the city of Daytona Beach, adjacent to the Museum of Arts and Sciences. The landowner is proposing a fee simple or conservation acquisition of the 3 acres that he owns. It is not as in a target area or adjacent to conservation. The staff score for this project was 3.
There was nothing I saw on this project that interested me at all.
Yeah, I agree. This was outside of our scope, in my opinion, but I would still move for acceptance of this project.
I'll second.
2 more comments.
Any comments? Okay.
Yeah, I do
Mm-hmm.
have some comments. It's okay. So I do think, again, I really wish that our program, maybe there's a separate program in the county that really helped protect more areas in the cities. And I believe this is, right, you'd definitely call it kind of in the city, right next to Nova Road. And we didn't really have many applications from those areas, and, they are being lost rapidly. I do disagree. I think we had some no's on, for instance, I think the ease of access. I mean, you are right next to Nova Road. I don't know why we would not have a yes on, managing that if it's that, accessible. I feel that was, I'm reading that wrong, but that's not right. And again, if we have some forest, sometimes the benefit of having, little plots protected in the cities like this is it provides these islands for wildlife. I really do think that as a wildlife value, the whole corridor idea contiguously works for ground animals, but for some other species, maybe like birds and so forth, that island hop sort of between these things. If it's just all cement in, one area, then, they kind of have nowhere to go. And even if there's just one, a few little acres here that it's, some gopher tortoises and other things can maybe hide in there. And if that's gone, then they are literally extinct from like, east side of 95. And I don't like to see that happen. I don't want just all of our animals to be in our center wildlife corridor. I mean, that's my opinion. Again, it goes similar to what I was saying before, but I definitely encourage, and I want to encourage more people doing this. I mean, it's only 3 acres. So, I mean, I really feel bad if we just say no to simply 3 acres that they're willing to do it for conservation easement. We don't know what the price is that we could get for it. It could be a really good deal. Again, and, I'm sure people driving down Nova Road, they would benefit from this. I know I drive that, way a lot, and, you get better air quality near where people are a lot of the time. I mean, plus the, the scenic view and, again, the little habitat island. So for those reasons, I think, more of these should have been yeses, at least so we get enough for the conservation easement, which again would only require 5. So for sure, at least a couple more would put me at 5. And for that reason, I would vote yes on eligibility because, the 5 out of 19 is sufficient to meet that criteria, just for ease of access and other habitat benefits. So.
I would almost agree with you if we had some partners that came forward. If the city of Daytona said, hey, look, we want to buy this piece because we see future down the road and we know that it doesn't maybe fit your criteria, but we're willing to kick up a lot of the money if you're willing to partner a little bit rather than us do it and they partner a little bit, then that would get my attention. And I would say that's a good use of taxpayers' dollars. But when these cities come in and want us to handle their green space because of their lack of what I consider good land development regulations, I can't see us as stewards of this money doing that at this time.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying, and I wish there was more. And I think the people want green space. Everybody wants to see pastoral settings when they drive by. Good developers often do that. We know in this county, some of the guys have done phenomenal projects that when you drive by, you don't even know there's hardly a subdivision there. They have green areas through the park. There's wildlife. I'm even looking for the day when we start, when they put in these water retention ponds, they leave little islands in the middle for rookeries for birds to come out and land on. I mean, there's all kinds of things we could be doing or that in development worlds, but that's not happening yet. And I don't know that we're there yet to be able to fund it. So, but we're standing by and we're listening. And I think that's what our job is.
If I'm being perfectly candid here, and I'm probably going to be out of line, quite frankly, I was disappointed that there wasn't anything submitted for the city of Daytona Beach than this, because all the development that they have going on within their area and development that's actually overflowing to other areas and affecting other areas. I was really stunned to see this, and it is, I agree, like if the city was partnering, this was zoned residential and in a residential area. I didn't realize that Museum Road or whatever it's called was, if that was purchased, it's going to be surrounded by residences at some point possibly, because it was actually zoned residential. So, we're back to cities.
I'll be real candid, cut you off a little bit, is Daytona Beach is not Ormond Beach, and it's not even Port Orange. They have never cared about the environment in that city. They have never done anything, in my view, that was a substantial effort to work on stormwater or a lot of other stuff. In fact, they take money out of their stormwater fund to fund other things. So don't be surprised, and I'm kind of glad that they're not, because we can spend money in places where the governments want stuff. So, but don't be surprised at that. I mean, my whole history with Daytona, I've never, ever seen them step up environmental.
I would like to see them step up for their people. While I might not live there, I would really like to see them do better things.
Oh, I think everybody would, but I don't know that the residents feel it.
Okay.
And just,
Other people.
if I might, I just want to say that I feel that this is an example of something we should support because it's not the city, applying for it. And this is sort of like to spite the city in my view. I mean, this is some small owner. I just don't want to punish this applicant because of something bad the city's doing. They're trying to do the right thing. And I feel like if we say, oh, well, the city is like, they're being neglectful, so we shouldn't help when someone.
You have a valid point. The only problem is it's surrounded by residential, and it's actually, it was surrounded by residential. So it is essentially, whether I like it or not, buying them a 3-acre park. It's a very sad situation. I don't know what to say.
Perhaps, I mean, maybe if we take the first step, again, if it's on the list, that doesn't mean we're going to buy it by any means. So maybe this would be the first step to kind of bring Daytona to the table, for instance. If it's like, hey, you're not doing it because, we're not doing it because you're not doing it. And that's what they can say to us. Like, you didn't, nominate our land, so we're not going to try to save more. Why? And back and forth. So I want to
Yeah, I don't want to vote based, I agree with you. I don't want to vote based on cities' good decisions or bad decisions because we have, in my opinion, more than 1 or 2 cities. We don't all necessarily need to agree on who's doing good and who's doing bad, but I don't want to make a decision based on an opinion that a city is not doing the right thing, although I definitely am disappointed that the city didn't come forward with more land, or someone didn't come forward with more land in the city of Daytona Beach.
Okay. There's no further discussion. Could I have a motion, please?
I think we have a motion in a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mary Ann Connors,
No.
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Feaser,
No.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gow,
No.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
No.
Suzanne Schreiber,
No, and the city of Daytona Beach has more environmentally sensitive land than unfortunately what was presented here.
Wanda Van Dam,
No.
Okay. Procedurally, what would you like us to do now?
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, before we do this, because I'm somewhat confused. Property number 19 was Newski. They had asked for fee simple or conservation easement. It was presented just as fee simple and was deemed not eligible. Now, must he come back for conservation easement, or that question was brought up? Do we vote on the fact that he asked for conservation easement as well? How?
So Jill, will you pull the spreadsheet back up for us all to see, please?
just trying to find. There we go.
So what property number was that one?
That one was number 19. And on his sheet, he had put fee simple or conservation easement. And we voted on it only as a fee simple.
Okay.
Because it was given 9 out of 10 and we failed it.
Okay.
But now, are we not giving any consideration to the fact that he said he would also be interested in conservation easement. Must he now come back?
I don't think so. I think it would be, we want to treat these applicants right and give them a fair shot. So if the committee would like to take a vote now on the conservation easement, because I believe he meets the 9, which is over the threshold that we've set of 5, we can do that, not on this sheet, Jill, but we'll record it separately for the conservation easement, if that's the pleasure of the board and they believe that that's fair.
I would like to do that.
Vote on that? Sure. Okay, so Wanda, you're making a motion for approval for.
I'm sorry, did you want us to do this now, but separate from the?
Yes, you can,
Okay,
you can
all
just like motion to accept the conservation easement application and vote on.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we accept property 19 as eligible for conservation easement.
I'll second.
Motion and second.
Marion Connors,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
Don Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
Just want to say he has the best email address out of all of them too, if you see that.
I missed that.
So at this point, it's the pleasure of the committee to accept the entire slate in one motion, which you have before you, displayed on the screen, where you have the determination based on your votes, which is defined in the resolution that governs and enables this committee. You can vote on them as one entire slate, or if members would like to pull individual ones to vote on, that's also an option. It's at the pleasure of the board.
Before we vote on a slate, if that's what we want to do, is there a way we can add a column and go through Suzanne's request for site visits? So that's in there.
Suzanne, I had 2 properties marked from our discussion. Number 6, Frank Ford Trust. Number 8. I'm sure.
I have a list as well, and maybe that will help so we can combine. So I had Stewart and Howell. So that was 1, the near Florida Shores piece. Number 2, that Stewart and Howell piece. We wanted to get on the ground there. The Ford Trust. So number 6, Curtin, number 8. This is the dump one at the headwaters. 15, Webster Creek in New Smyrna Beach, which was the piece in Bethune. And number 23, Penland and Pomeranke, which is in the Ormond Beach area. So those are the 5 that I heard comments from, and I'll defer to the board for others.
Yeah, I will say there are some I might be interested in seeing. I would understand this in terms of there being an opportunity. I would not want to see a requirement that the entire board go to see each of these pieces.
So Madam Chair, Russ Brown, that brings up a good question about process for these site visits. So traditionally they are public meetings. Like when we do ECHO, you're not allowed to travel with one another. We all meet out there. They're recorded. We notice them as public meetings. Public's invited. There's minutes that are done afterwards based on recordings and stuff that's done out there. Any questions asked. So that would be the process we would have to follow here as well as an extra step of getting the landowner's permission, because these are private properties to make, which is a little different than sometimes the echo situation. And so, it requires, because it's going to be noticed as a public meeting, a quorum to be physically present. So there would have to be at least 5 committee members in attendance at each of these visits, just something for members to understand.
Russ, would this go against our missing a meeting?
That's a
Well,
great
because some of the,
question.
I've seen most of these and I don't need to re-see them.
Yes, sir.
So I would pass on some of it, but if it was going to run me off the board, I'd have to reconsider.
Yeah,
And as that question came up originally, I think there is a material difference between an observational versus a voting meeting, which.
But I think for the listening sessions, council had to approve that exception, right? Okay.
I actually would, whoever, I was looking down, so I'm sorry. Whoever said that they have already attended, seen these properties, I would understand them not coming. But quite frankly, I would prefer all committee members to visit the ones that are going to be visited. That's just a personal preference.
I gotta say, this is this is spread all over the county. That's a lot of traveling involved to chase each one of these places down, arrive at the same time, set up the whole public meeting format, ensure we have a quorum present, record it all, minutes, and look at it. I think that's more onerous than I want to get into.
Mr. Gamble, just to answer your question, yes, sir. It would technically, since it's going to be noticed as a public meeting, if you didn't attend, count against your 2, because the waiver ended and we went back to the normal process at the first of the year. So, we can always ask the county council for additional absences, if you will, but we would have to do that.
Russ, let me ask a different question. Maybe I need to. Suzanne, is there something that would accommodate or meet your interest in terms of observing a property that doesn't trip this threshold? I'm trying to, I understand someone saying, I'd like to see this, I'd like to put eyes on it, I get it.
But staff could take individuals out one at a time.
I think that would
without no
probably be
notice or
easier than tripping the whole meeting process.
Could we
Our microphone went dead, but and that's why I was conferring with Russ. We as staff members, individuals wanted to see the property, could take them out.
Could we not submit a list via email if there are properties that we want to see? And that would give you an idea of, how big this task might be.
I'm a little confused. I have a question because this is not us, but nevertheless, this is a committee that operates. So this is why I'm asking it. Didn't the ECHO committee review properties? Or I realize they're not private land, or maybe they were. I don't really know.
Yes, ma'am. That's the process I just described. And this is the process we followed when they did that.
Last year I was on the ECHO board.
Which process? So which process did they follow?
Mr. Friese, you want to answer it? Do you want to answer it, sir?
Well, I was going to say, when I was on the ECHO board, what we did was we had meetings set up. It was a public meeting. We had to drive our own cars. The day we did it, I put close to 200 miles on my car that day driving because we went from one end from Oak Hill up to Ormond over to the Lake George. So, with ECHO, yes, it was but it was open. We would show up. We couldn't ride together, which I thought was dumb, but I understand the rules. And we did that process. Here, boy, I don't know if you could set up at the spots where you had a staff member at each space and you had to find it. But when I was on Forever, 10, 12 years ago, Wanda, when we were on that, and I think Doug took us out. If we wanted to see a project, I remember him taking me around and looking at the different spots and some of the properties that we already had. He just kind of spent a day with us to organize, or at least me. And that was very beneficial also. So I've done it both ways, and either way will work. But Echo was much easier because we weren't in the woods. We were showing up at the park, or we were showing up here, and it was nice and clean and neat, and it was easy going. We just drove a lot.
And Ms. Shiver, just to elaborate on what Mr. Feaser said, that that was the process. So at the Echo, the way we do it is it's a public meeting, the public's notice, they can be there because much like this, and as an Echo, those projects are up for recommendations. Their visits happen before they come in here and make the determination. But it is a public notice meeting. It is recorded. We do drive separately because of the public meeting statute. But as Mr. Feaser said, we could arrange, like Doug did in the back, as individuals with staff to go out and view a property. That may be another way you could do it.
Brad, did you say number 19? I missed, I'm not sure. I tried to write down the ones you said.
I did not.
I have 5 written down, 6, 8, 15, 19, and 23.
Not number 2. Brad, you listed number 2?
I did, but I'll take it off.
Okay. Okay, 6, 8, 15, 19, 23.
Well, in 15, we found not eligible. Do we still need to visit that?
Yeah.
Sounded like it might come back. So.
No. So that's 4. I'm sorry, 16 was withdrawn, correct? 15 was not eligible.
So we're not voting on anything right now, right? We're just making a list of ones we want to visit, right? But not a requirement.
I'm just trying to go through what was eligible, and I had down for site visit because that's going to reduce some of them, because I read off my own list and we voted since then, as was said at the beginning. So
I think the only one
can we
was
go up on
15.
the, can I see the top of this list?
I say because 19 we re-voted on for the conservation, so you could still visit that.
Right, so that's right. So I had 6 and 8 and 19 and
23.
23.
You want to see 19 for the conservation easement?
Okay, so I guess the question then is, Suzanne, if it would meet your needs in terms of site visits to go with staff, we'd have to get permission from owners.
Excuse me, what was the one down in Oak Hill? Who? Bernstein? That's on here? Number 18.
Number 18 is
Okay.
Sternstein.
Can we visit that one? Or we don't have to. I'm going to go look at it anyway. The ones I can get to, I'm going to probably go on my own if I.
Fair question though, and this goes to process too. I'm trying to I want to be clear on what the sequence is. The eligible group will go in for a more in-depth body of information, correct? At what point? I mean, I would want to see that information to me before I did a site visit. But that's me. What do you think of in terms of timing for when you would want to do a site visit?
I would want to do a site visit before prioritizing. And quite frankly,
they're both
I'm a little
before.
disappointed that we just voted on some with unseen. It's great that one person has seen them, but I just voted on some things that I was on the fence about. And the fact that I didn't see it is really bothering me.
Well, that's why we're talking about when in the next sequence, do you want to put a site visit in? Do you want the benefit of additional information, or is that not essential to you, to what you want to accomplish?
I'm confused. What are we waiting on information for?
Well, we're going to get another body of information in terms of the eligible properties. Brad, why don't you talk?
So the next step in the process is the staff for the ones that you have deemed eligible, will write a more in-depth report for you. But part of that report writing is a site visit. So it may be beneficial to have a member go with us when we do that site visit for an evaluation to write that report. So it would have us going to the property one time.
A individual member going with you.
Yes, that's what I said.
Can't slide in a second.
But we could, of course, arrange multiple visits. And I would ask too that, and we've reiterated this, but we want to be good partners and a program that respects property rights. So if you're going to a property and you're going to step out of the car onto their property, please coordinate with us. Now, does that keep you from driving around looking at aerials? No. But if you're going to step on someone's property that has applied, let's coordinate it and do it through the official channel. Is my request, please.
I think we need a boat trip.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, just so from a process standpoint too, when the resolution, I think it's in section 5, subsection 2, it seems to envision that an inspection would occur if needed right now. So after your eligible determination and before the next meeting. So just from a process standpoint, just so everybody's clear.
And that inspection, if needed, is by a member of the committee.
Can be, yes, ma'am.
Can be. Okay. Well, if Derek, you want
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, before we wrap up, I had maybe one other quick thing to talk about, but just what Suzanne just said, and from what I understand before we finalize this, I mean, Suzanne, if you were uncomfortable with any vote, I mean, feel free to just reopen it up because, this spreadsheet, right, this is what we're finalizing. So if you were a yes and you want to be a no, I mean, I believe you can just make a motion to reopen that up. That's what I heard. If you would like it, I think that's the process. If, this should be the final way. I know I was saying, I think I wanted to do that for one of my votes earlier, just for fairness. And I feel like the first set, I mean, obviously you guys can tell, like the first set we looked at, we're just saying yes to all of them, First several, maybe they were just really easy to say yes to, but, or maybe we just really want to get stuff on the list. I know I kind of felt that, bias, I guess, of just, saying yes at first, but seeing how our total package looked, I feel the ones at the end, we were getting tired. I know I was, we were maybe voting more no. So just a possibility if anyone wants to open that up, I believe we could, just because this is like our final thing. Is that correct? I'm just throwing that out there.
So technically from a process standpoint, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, do you want to say something, ma'am? From a process standpoint, technically make a motion for reconsideration from the winning side, you get a second, and then you can open it up at that point. Or if you wanted to allow just a member to change it without doing that, it's what the pleasure of the board is. It's how you want to, it's how, whatever process you want to allow as a committee.
I'm comfortable with, if somebody wants to change a vote, I think we can do that. If it changes the eligibility, then I think we need further discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to make mine a no on number 6. It was a marshland that was up in Tampa. I felt it was kind of unfair. We voted no for other ones, and it doesn't change anything, but
So one of the points I wanted to make as well is that we put these in order of acreage. So that's why you saw some changes as we went through the process. So we're talking about environmentally sensitive land, ecologically significant tracts. So that's why you saw some of the difference between the top and the bottom, because it was organized by acreage.
And I think that says something. They were stronger applications based on, I think, again, what the program envisioned. So. Anything else? Are we prepared? Suzanne, have we addressed your interest in the site visit? We have not. Okay.
I'm admittedly frustrated with the process here because we went through all of these properties and voted on properties unseen by all of us, except for, if you were familiar with the property. And whether anyone wants to admit it or not, we voted to put properties on a list for purchase. I'm not comfortable with some of my votes going on a list for purchase, whether it be the B list or not, it is still eligible for purchase. So I don't know. I mean, the process is the process. I guess I don't know what to say. I will be going to review the 4. And I already know that number 6, there's no way to access it. So I would definitely need to go with staff. I can go review properties and not go on private land if I'm able to do that with some of these. But I believe there were a few that I wouldn't be able to do that. So, and I do want to say that those that are familiar with the properties already and those that go review them are going to have a different, you're going to have the same knowledge, but you're going to have a different, possibly a more in-depth perspective of what's going on from seeing the property as well. And it's easy to talk about things when it comes to land, but in my own experience, there's nothing like experiencing it firsthand. So I'm not scolding anyone. I'm saying that the process is what the process is, but I'm just having a hard time with the order that we did some of these. I would rather have waited on the ones that I'm really questioning going to visit. I would rather have waited to vote than have voted today. That's for me. Okay. So ever how you all choose to handle that, I will be working it out with staff as to how I can go visit these, especially the ones that have like very limited access. So.
And I think that's appropriate, and the rest of us have the same opportunity. So as needed, I think we can do the same. Derek?
So again, I'm not sure if, are we about to call adjournment or are we going to vote on this? Because
Well, you still have to vote on.
So after this,
this
if I can
slide.
make a comment.
Okay. With that, can I get a motion for the slate as represented before us today? Motion to adopt.
I so move.
Second? Motion second? Do the roll call, please.
Mary Ann Cobb,
Yes.
Steve Crump,
Yes.
Gerald Fieser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
Yes.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Schreiber,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Okay. Brad, is there anything you can tell us in terms of what we should expect for process, dates, availability?
Yes, so the next step in the process is our team has already started working on developing some reports for these properties. Typically, the report that we provide is 2 to 3 pages, and it's a overview of the property and habitat. So it's a little more in-depth than this science-based criteria that we evaluate from maps that we have decided on. And so we will bring those reports back to the committee. Our goal is the end of February, beginning of March, to have the next meeting where you will sort then these eligible properties into A list and B list. Again, the A list is the active acquisition list that we use to start going after properties or submitting them to the Florida Forever process. The B list are not as high priorities, but there can be new information or a property owner comes forward with a funding partner that may change the mind of the committee and will bring that to you that may move it from B to A. The council may also move properties from B to A list. So that's kind of what we're looking towards in terms of the next process, step in the process. One of the things that I think that if you heard the wildlife corridor presentation, I know the water management district that I gave a few weeks ago, the water management district has been an extremely strong partner in our previous acquisition program. And that was a lot of the reason due to the equation, the formula where they allocated Florida Forever funds, where the districts would get 35% of the allocation. So if the legislature allocated $100 million, the water management districts would get 35. That is no longer the case. So they do not get that allocation from Florida Forever anymore. So the district is very limited in their funds for acquiring properties. So this time, we will be going straight to Florida Forever to acquire some of these projects, which takes up to 18 months average to get a project through. So I just want everyone to be on the same page and know that, we're still going to have partners, but it's going to work a little bit differently this time, and it will be through the Florida Forever program in Tallahassee.
Interesting. Okay.
So one of the things, just to wrap up, so that was kind of the next steps in the process. So just to take that a bit further, we will take the A-B list that you guys sort the properties into end of February, beginning of March to council in March. We will then at the staff level, once that list is approved, identify projects and partners. So the ones that we want to submit to Florida Forever, the ones that we have a local partner on, those are the ones that we will start working our due diligence on. We have another application in April, another application cycle opening in April. So we'll revisit this process again. We'll go through the eligibility determination. Hopefully it'll be a little easier number to handle than this time. I will say this is the largest number of applications we'd ever received for any cycle. So I think that
10 years.
Yeah, that's good. So that will, and then we'll start the process again in April and work through it. One of the things I've, talking to individual committee members, I would say we've got some feedback on, I think this criteria should be tweaked, or we should revisit this because of the way that, every property gets a yes on this question. And so my recommendation to the committee and conversations with the chair is let's get through 2 cycles, see what's a pattern, a reoccurring pattern that needs to be addressed with the criteria. And then we can have a meeting, discuss the tweaks that we want to make around the edges, and we can take those changes to the council for adoption.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Some things are starting to come. So I'm just asking everyone just keep your own notes for now in terms of what's striking you as needing to be tweaked, or are we missing something? Are we not capturing something that is significant? And that's something we'll revisit as a committee after we do get through the 2 cycles.
And then just 2 closing points is if everyone could fill this out with every member. So we will get public record requests for committee member score sheets. So if you could do your yes, no on the far right, and then sign your name for us and the date and leave it at your chair. And we'll make you about 25 pounds lighter leaving here if you'll leave your binders for us as well. we'll take them and refill them next time. If you would like to keep them, that's certainly an option too. But if you want to leave them, we'll take them. But your scoring sheet's the most important at this point.
Brad, a suggestion?
Yes.
Can we have every other line green barred
Yes.
next time?
Yeah.
Us old guys have a hard time tracking.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hey, Brad, that score sheet, that's how we voted individually, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir. You as a member voted, not as a whole.
I need to look up and see how I voted. A couple of them I forgot to write down.
I got it. Never mind.
Just a quick comment, kudos to the staff on this notebook. This was a tremendous amount of information that you guys put together. So thanks to everyone that was involved in that.
However, I agree, but we need to get our orientation straight, because on this book, when I turned the side thing around to look where you had all your yes, no boxes, those could all be condensed down and put on. We don't need these long bars showing, how you have that sliding scale. Put them all on a portraits page, and you could probably save 3 pages, because those, you put it out there as a subjective number, whether it's low or high. I get that. It only needs an inch. It doesn't need 5 inches going across the page. And you could really cut down. And even on some of those overlays, it's nice and I like them and it's good to see. I don't know that they always need to be printed, because sometimes digitally you can see them better than you do when it's a Xerox copy. That was fine. The organization of the books, like I said, I think we could cut them down. And while we're talking about the maps, or while I'm talking about the mapping, some years ago, I saw a map of Volusia County that someone had made. I assumed it was a county. It might have been St. John's, but it showed all the different water basins in the county. It showed where the Haw Creek drainage system went. It showed where the Deep Creek, how it formed and went that way, Haw Creek, different ones, how the drainage basins kind of tie together. I don't know that that's always germane to these projects, but I would sure like to have a reference so that when I'm looking at a parcel, I can see how it fits in the overall drainage patterns. Because I think going forward, as we start looking at a lot of these lands, especially through the environmental, there are no pristine lands left in Florida, period. They may have been pristine for the last 20 or 30 or 50 years, but everything has been changed around at some point in the last 100 to 200 years. And so going forward, if we're gonna keep a very green type of society or keep things going good, we're gonna have to start looking at some of these parcels that really have a high environmental impact to the whole scheme of things. And we're not there yet, but I hope that within a year or 2 or 3, that's where we're gonna get with this program, so that we can go out and identify and try to find those property owners that we can try to negotiate and partner up with. Hopefully the cities will one day see the light and get on board with some of this a little more than they are today. But that's something that I've seen, because I've seen in areas where projects went in that really screwed up the whole drainage pattern of the basin. And because today we don't build within the environment, we change the environment around. We knock down our hills, we fill in our holes, we make it flat so we can drain it and we can cram in our 40-foot lots. And so that's creating an impact. Unintended consequence. And so I'd just like to have that as a reference. I think all committee members should have that going forward, just as a piece of information. The next cycle, have you started taking applications for the next cycle yet? There are some. How many of you have taken in so far?
So April 1 will be the opening of the next cycle, but we do have some interest from folks who have, I believe, submitted 2 so far. So that it's not open, but we will accept them. And then when it opens, we'll start evaluating.
And it will be open from April to when?
Last time we did October 1st to November 15th last time. So we did 45 days. I would envision that staying the same just for consistency's sake. So
the second cycle we'll be looking at during the summertime, probably?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That will be important to get those dates out to the board so we can plan.
That was the question. So if it will be helpful, We will come back at the next meeting where you're doing the sorting with some dates for the summer so you guys can save and plan vacations around them.
That'd be good.
I believe one of the other requests earlier was for a contour map of the land.
1-footers.
Yeah, and color. That gray shading thing is kind of hard to make out the.
I'm fine if my pages are double-sided too. May I make a couple comments real quick?
Sure.
So I just have two things I want to mention real quick before we leave. The first is, I guess this is a request which I had of staff, which they helped provide, that I wanted the list, and I did get it, of the properties that were nominated, but you did not get a response back from the owner in time. Again, that didn't mean it was a negative response, it just meant in the couple weeks that, you got the nomination ended and you sent it out, so they didn't respond. And I do think, and I want us to continue to have that available. And I mean, I hope it's not too much work if we had that as a map of some kind in the future, especially if you have the parcels, it shouldn't be too hard. And the reason I say that is because I have from the ones that we didn't look at today. I know you said we didn't look at something, we looked at everything, right? But there's, over 16, different nominations that were not considered, again, not because they were necessarily unwilling, but we just don't know. We didn't have enough time, but they were nominated in time. But just, staff, again, didn't get that secondary owner approval, even though I'm pretty sure some of them are interested. So hopefully they get in the next cycle. But the point is, I'm trying to make is, I want to be able to see all of the nominations, because if people are nominating, if let's just say everything in, we just have like 10 different nominations from DeLand, but for some reason, and because the people really want to save stuff here in DeLand, and just for some reason, only one of them, actually came through, but we saw that there's so much other demand for land preservation in that area, then, I really think that's doing a benefit, what the people want in a sense. Because I know there's nothing here from Port Orange.
Are you saying outside of, without the willing seller?
I'm saying that doesn't mean they're an unwilling seller, it just meant it was nominated, meaning, and again, that there's a process. So I nominated a parcel in my land, in my city. It didn't appear because it didn't get the other paperwork in time. But the point is, like, I want people to know that I nominated something in Port Orange. I think it's important to know that there's an effort to be made, and that maybe then there'll be other public support for each of these cities, in Ormond, DeLand, New Smyrna, wherever it happens to be, that people see, hey, like, there's an opportunity here. And then they kind of maybe ask their city, like, hey, like, can we maybe partner? I saw this was nominated, but for some reason it fell through. Again, there's tons of nominated. I know we talked about there was nothing in Daytona that was here except for that one small parcel, which we denied, but there were other ones nominated. There were big chunks nominated. And I just
But what does it mean to be nominated?
It means that people want to save it. And I think it also means that area near there is important. So then if one comes up that, we actually have, and then like, let's just say there's 5 around it that were all nominated, but just we didn't get that list. And, I want to make sure that that gets saved, because like, that's the least we can do if we can't get all those other ones around it. We're doing, that makes sense to me, that I'm doing what the people want. What the people want is based on what they nominate. I know that was made, clear. I asked double, triple time, like, you don't have to own the land to nominate it. So what's the purpose of that if we're not listening when people nominate things? So
I think I understand what you're saying, but I think it sounds like a different process. I mean, I don't know.
Well, just a question for clarity, the 16 applications that did not get owner approval to move forward here, would they need to reapply for the second phase, or would staff follow up them and say, do you want to be considered? Do you want to do this paperwork?
So it was not the owners that applied. Right. So it was individuals who nominated the property. So when we received those nominations, we reached out to the owners and said, your property was nominated. Would you consider filling out an application as a willing seller and submit it to the program? We told them the next cycle would be April because a lot of them, probably 95% of the nominations came in at the Sunday before the closing on Monday. So we encourage them to apply in the April cycle. They can apply in any subsequent cycles if they'd like. We'll entertain their properties if we have a willing seller form, certainly.
Thank you.
Derek, you're just asking for a list. You're not anticipating that staff does any.
Right, no, staff doesn't have to do anything, but I just want it to be presented as, at our next meeting at the beginning of either the list or preferably maybe a map and just say, hey, here's all these other properties. We had 10 nominations from Daytona and 5 from New Smyrna, but we're only getting to look at 1 from each. I think that's helpful. It shows that we're listening because perhaps also, again, just for due diligence, sometimes things fall through the cracks. Someone said, hey, I nominated, what happened? Why wasn't it there? I never got, an answer. I didn't know if it was a rejection or if they asked to wait. So it's helping be responsive to the public, to all these people who did apply. Again, I was one of them, for full disclosure. We're allowed to nominate land. I wish, something from my city was on here, but we had nothing from Port Orange. So I did nominate one that I wanted, but again, we didn't have the time. So I just want to show that we're making an effort. And I mean, those people should be, represented and at least showing that we're listening, I guess. That's all I'm asking. Basically, it shouldn't take too much time. I don't want any, you don't have to site visit. You don't have to, make all the other criteria, but, just to be aware that, and maybe it will bring about something good. Maybe the cities will say, hey, why is everyone in our city, nominating stuff? Maybe we should rethink our ways. You never know. So that's all. I just want to thank you so much for listening. And then one other small thing, totally unrelated, but just announcement that people who are interested in the preservation of some land, I believe staff let me know. There's a meeting next week, 2 meetings actually, of the Door Sleeper Spruce Creek Preserve Preservation Committee, which I don't really know too much about that, but that has to do with the management of it, right? So our management team is asking for public input. If you'd like to mention anything about that, what the public could provide as if they would like more burns, less burns, or more land acquired, if that's what that is, because it's related to conservation. So I thought.
Absolutely. So thank you for that opportunity. So the Door Sleeper Spruce Creek Preserve is state lands. So it's state lands the majority state lands, 1,900 of the 2,600 acres in the preserve. And given that it's state lands and we are the primary manager, every 10 years, we have to do a land management plan update. So we are in the process of doing that. So Monday at 5 p.m. in these council chambers, there'll be a public meeting of the advisory group that's been appointed to do that. Ms. Van Dam is serving on that advisory group, as well as our county chair. And what we'll do is we've got a draft update posted on the website. We've made a lot of progress in 10 years. We've got a lot of the habitat and maintenance condition now. So we have a lot of changes to the plan in terms of what we plan to do for the next couple of years. So part of that process is public input. So there'll be a public hearing following the meeting at 5, starting at 5:30 for individuals to provide feedback on the plan in terms of our management. There are some folks from the recreation community that recreate on Spruce Creek that will also come and provide some feedback. And then following the Monday, on Wednesday, that advisory group will meet again to consider the public comments and whether to incorporate them into the plan or not that will be submitted to the state. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, just so it's clear to staff on the direction from the committee, I think it was, as far as the maps from Mr. Fieser and Mr. Orberg, I think there was consensus among the committee directing the staff for those maps. As far as Mr. LaMontagne's suggestion, I don't know if there is a committee consensus for that, so that it's clear to the staff. I would recommend that all of these proposals have a motion and a second and voted on, so the direction is clear to the staff as to what the committee is asking.
Okay, with that, Derek, I'm going to ask you to state a motion so it's clear what what you're asking staff to
Sure.
do and what the
Okay, yeah, thank
expectation
you.
is.
Thank you for that opportunity, and yeah, that makes sense. So I probably should have done that, but my motion is that in the future, at future meetings, when we talk about the lands that we're considering, that, have the full application, also to have all the ones that have just been nominated. I'm just asking for a map, like our, the standard big county map with all the, had the 24 on there, just arrow to it. And then just the list of the parcels which you provided in an email to us as well. So that's all I'm asking, because that's basically the list. I suppose if anyone then wants to dig more into it, they could request, the, details on what was actually put in the application, but I don't need the application. I'm not asking for us to read all these applications. I just want to know it was there. If you want to know more, or maybe dig into why, for instance, something else, is interesting about that property, you can read, say, oh, that's full of gopher tortoises. Oh,
So you're looking for a list of.
the map and the list of parcels.
With the location map?
Yeah, or essentially just the map that, that this nice map that they provided, which just has all of them as well. That would be sufficient. Because it has the.
So as I understand it, the motion is for a list of all nominated properties, including a map location with those properties.
For that cycle, right?
So that would be all nominated properties. Doesn't matter if it's a willing seller or unwilling seller, all nominated properties with a
As a
list.
separate, I guess I would request as a separate one, so we're not, confused. This, I mean, you can put them together. I think it's separate ones.
I would ask for them to be separate document, please.
So the motion is on the floor for a separate
Listing.
listing of all nominated properties that didn't get a willing seller with also a geographic map showing their location.
With the location map, correct.
So that's the motion on the floor.
I would second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. No.
Okay. Do we do a roll call? Quick roll call,
Mary Ann
please.
Connors,
Aye, yes.
Steve Crump,
No.
Gerald Feaser,
Yes.
John Gamble,
No.
Jessica Gao,
Yes.
Derek LaMontagne,
Yes.
Derek Orberg,
Yes.
Suzanne Shiver,
Yes.
Wanda Van Dam.
Okay.
So motion passes.
Motion passes
And now we need to do the motion for the,
for the slate.
The basin management, the basin mapping of the basin drainage systems in Volusia County.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That's available in the GIS currently. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that one of the exhibits be 1 foot contour information for the site.
In color.
No, if there were just lines, they don't.
Oh,
need to
in
be
lines,
colored.
okay.
Can we say in lieu of the LiDAR map? Because I think.
Yeah, it's using the same information. It's just a different display. So, yeah,
Second?
yeah.
Great.
They got pretty colors. They got more than 64 now, so they can change it around pretty.
Trust me.
I'll second it if no one seconds.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you all for a good day. I think we made substantial progress.
I don't think I need that.
Appreciate your work.
But they said leave it here.